Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Good morning, dear students, invited speakers, faculty, guests, and global audience. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 2019 edition of the Lund Architecture Symposium. The Lund Architecture Symposium is an annual event organized by the Department of Architecture and the Built Environment at Lund University here in Sweden. The purpose is to identify contemporary tendencies within architecture discourse and to make these tendencies accessible for students and faculty at the department. Before we jumpstart this exciting day of lectures and discussions, I have some general information. First, I would like to thank our sponsors that made this event possible. And they are Architect Sweden, or Sveriges Arkitekter, the Network Malmö Architects, Nätverket Malmös Arkitekter, Architects Sweden Scania, Sveriges Arkitekter Skåne, and the City of Lund, Lunds kommun. Thank you. I'm also obliged to inform you that this event is being photographed and filmed and live streamed for archival and educational purposes, and that we do offer photo-free zones in order to respect the integrity of everyone. The photo-free zones are located at the corners of the seating areas. I'm also obliged to inform you about the egress routes. They are in these directions, in that direction, and in that direction. Finally, I'd also like to mention a few side activities that will be going on here today. We have a book table where books are being released, and Movium is offering free issues of the journal Stad. We also have exciting exhibitions in the foyer from the students to check out in the breaks here. But now to the actual event of the day. The 2019 edition of Lund Architecture Symposium addresses the politics of architecture. References to politics are currently proliferating within architecture discourse. Today, we experience the urgency of several crises, from environmental and humanitarian crises to military conflicts, uncertainties in automated labor markets, and the rapid increase in socioeconomic inequalities. And these crises have propelled an increased interest in the politics of architecture. This tendency is today evident in global discourse through numerous articles and book publications where political concerns for architecture and urbanism are being rendered much more explicitly. It is also evident through the pervasive interest in the city that we do experience today, where actors from multiple fields profit from concepts such of sustainability and smartness by transferring the authority of design from the architecture disciplines. If we focus on the Swedish context, then the political references in architecture are becoming even more explicit. In May 2018, the Swedish Parliament enacted a new architecture policy dubbed the Policy for Design Living Environments, or Politik för gestaltad livsmiljö. This policy was drafted by Christer Larsson, an adjunct professor here at the department. Its aim is to promote sustainability and quality by increasing architecture's engagement with the city. Even if it's too early to evaluate what impact the policy actually have had on the design of buildings and cities, it may be fair to argue that it actually has catalyzed attention to architecture in Swedish media and debate. It has also led to the inauguration of the nation's first chief government architect, a position that we have seen in the Netherlands for a long time in a slightly different version that we have in Sweden today. However, the Swedish format is kind of being transferred now or exported to the British government. But despite this proliferation of global and national attention, the relationship between architecture and politics remain unclear. What role can or should policies have in the generative aspects of design, for example? And how can we think about and respond to the global challenges beyond traditional politics? The institutionalization of architecture in politics, which we have seen in Sweden and in other European countries, may catalyze new possibilities for the profession and the discipline. But it may also increase the focus on nationwide agendas that circumvent the complexities in systems and networks that boost global exchange of knowledge and experiences. And while political strategies in architecture may usher new momentum by conceiving architectural design as an efficient tool in the production of change, they may also provide new arenas for mediocrity to influence decision-making and thus hamper accurate knowledge and visionary prospects. Indeed, the politicization of architecture is certainly not trouble-free and needs rigorous thinking and debate. So where could be a better place to do this than here at the School of Architecture in Lund? This year we have announced the politics of architecture as a subject matter of examination, knowing very well that it will be completely impossible to reach a consensus around this topic. I mean, the topic is so broad, so general, so pervasive, that it seems almost impossible to even start grasping where to be thinking about something to agree upon. But that is exactly why we have framed this topic for debate. Architecture and politics are two territories of apprehensive connection. We can't ignore that politics always have had a role in architecture. I mean, Aristotle's politics posed multiple questions that remain highly relevant for architecture still today. The political restructurings in the Middle Ages transformed numerous relationships between architecture and the city. And the political turmoil in the 1920s Russia catalyzed some of the most radical architectures we saw during the 20th century. But we also must realize that protagonists always had different opinions on how the discipline should incorporate political concepts. Lewis-Woods, for example, he argues that, quote, architecture is a political act, end of quote. While Peter Cook says that he was, quote, always rather cynical politically, end of quote. The opinions and arguments among prolific figures within the discipline are indeed not very comprehensive, which suggests multiple ways to render and express intersections and synergies between architecture and politics. Drawing on these dynamics, today's symposium will certainly not strive towards a consensus. The prime objective is rather to activate a discussion about potential intersections and overlaps between architecture and politics, about opportunities and risks emanating from the aggregate of politics within architecture. Adhering to a tradition of agonistic pluralism, we hope that today's symposium will serve as a catalyst for rigorous debate and knowledge sharing. By acknowledging the multiple quests for interpretation that remain implicit in the subject matter, we hope to start to assemble an intellectual framework for our students and our faculties and our professionals in the industry to use when critically thinking about and referring to relationships between architecture and politics. So, to assist us in this endeavor, we have an international setting of highly skilled architects, agents of professional and academic excellence, spanning the geography from Los Angeles in the American West to Paris, Seville, Stockholm in the European Union, and to Beirut and Sahu in the heart of the Middle East. While they all work with architectural concepts and in specific contexts that engage the subject matter of today's symposium, they are all focusing on different aspects of the political in architecture. This diverse setting of prominent actors is not a coincidence, but rather a strategy that we have used to propel a multifaceted and rich set of references. I will not present our guests, but rather pass that role to our moderator of the day, my colleague Jesper Magnusson, senior lecturer at the Department of Architecture and the Built Environment. Jesper will serve as our guide through this day by introducing our guests and moderating the panels. So, with this introduction, I wish you all an inspiring day. Thank you.
So, hello. Since you already introduced me, I will skip that line here. And since you so eloquently described what we are here to do today, I will skip that as well. So I will go to the practical things of today's symposium. As you know, we have 7 distinguished guests having prepared something to say about politics of architecture for today. They will be talking for like 35 minutes each, and there will be 3 lectures before lunch and 4 after lunch, and a panel before lunch and 1 at the end of the day. And I would like to say to all of the students and other guests that prepare your questions and comments while the lecturers are speaking, and write them down so you don't forget them when it's the time for the panels, because then it's time for debate or discussion or just comments. So we start off first with 2 panels or 2 lectures, and then we have a short coffee break, and then we go for the 3rd one, and then the panel. And please respect the lecturers to be in time when we have breaks for coffee and lunch and stuff like that. It's a rather tight program today. So, the first guests to speak here today is Sandy Hilal and Alessandro Petti. They are from the practice called DAR, Decolonizing Architecture Art Residency, in Beit Sahur in Palestine. As I understood yesterday, they're actually staying in Stockholm for the moment, or since a year or so. DAR is a combination of an architectural studio and a residency program. DAR aims to use spatial practice as a form of political intervention. DAR's program has gathered together architects, artists, activists, urbanists, filmmakers, and curators to work collectively on the subjects of politics of architecture. Since their first work, Stateless Nation, at the Venice Biennale in 2003, and throughout their more recent architectural interventions in refugee camps, the artistic practice of Sandy Hilal and Alessandro Petti has explored and acted within and against the condition of permanent temporariness that permeates contemporary forms of life. And that is actually part of the book they are releasing now, and it's possible for you to buy in the coffee breaks and so. So please welcome Sandy Hilal and Alessandro Petti. Please.
I would sit.
Yes, maybe I use this one. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this invitation, and I'm not sure if I have to stand or sit down. And thank you for being here this morning. So maybe I would like to start with 2 quotes that usually, actually I never start a lecture, but I thought that these 2 quotes somehow set a little bit the tone and set also our positions regarding the theme of architecture and politics. The first quote is from Giancarlo De Carlo, and it goes something like this: "Architecture is too important to leave it to the architects." The second quote is from Carl Schmitt that says that there is no politics without spatial manifestations, and also there is no space without political ideologies. So these two quotes, in a way, set two very important points. First, that every architecture is embedded into politics. It's then just a question of how much you want to work on it, and how much you want to acknowledge, and how much you mobilize that politics towards justice, equality, or other kind of values they do believe in. And the first one, the one of Giancarlo De Carlo, is very important to remind, since we are in the School of Architecture, that what is important is not the discipline in itself. It's actually how the disciplines is lived by the society and what is the relation of architecture with society. This doesn't mean that you have to forget that you are an architect, but always that you are an architect at the service of society. You are not an architect serving a discipline. And the idea for today, it was also to maybe use just very recently book that Sandy and I published as a sort of outline to exactly navigate the specific relation between architecture and politics. More specifically, we are interested in political concepts. We are interested in the ways in which political concepts are actually mobilized in order to activate different architectural projects. And in fact, this book starts with no index, with no introductions. You are forced to read these definitions that you see, where we try to define these political concepts starting from the projects. So it's not a theorization for the sake of theorization, but it's a theorization that emerge from the practice, emerge from the specificity of the conditions that we were trying to understand through architecture. So today, what we maybe would like to do is to pick up some of these definition concepts as a also methodological tool, and then to describe, if we have enough time, 2, 3, or maybe 4 different projects. Maybe also we can very briefly point it out to them, and then maybe if you are interested, you can also look closer to them in the publication itself.
So, I mean, I would like a bit even before navigating in these concepts to sort of explain from where we departure and which is the condition through which we also think our architectural projects, because the moment that you are working on the ground, you sort of have your own, let's say, ideologies in that sense, concepts that guide you, but also condition through which we have awareness that we are working from, which is the condition of permanent temporariness. So I would spend these 2 minutes explain what is permanent temporariness for us. And in that sense, it's very much inspired by working in refugee camps where, you know, in refugee camps like the one of the Palestinian refugee camps, they are 70 years old, yet people speak about them as they would vanish the day after. So, and refugees themselves are speaking about the camp as they are vanished the day after, yet they exist and they become a permanent temporariness spaces. Yet it would be a mistake to think that this is only about refugees. And this is where actually all the book departure, because in a sense, how many of us is living in cities where we think that maybe we will be leaving a year after, and we would not invest enough in the city with this idea that we are temporary in this city. And we might spend all our life being temporary, all our life, not really investing in the place where we are living, exactly because we feel that we are temporaries. And I guess that in this room, if not 80% of you is dealing with Londres as their temporary city, yet you might end up by living here. And you will postpone your life for 10 years, 15 years, until you are maybe convinced, or you are not even convinced, that you should ever be permanent. And in that sense, being architects, certainly within the discipline, we are taught that what we do is the permanency. We believe in that sense. Once we do a temple, the temple will last forever, much more than us. When we do a school, we are aiming that this would last forever. And in that sense, we are learned and taught and be prepared to think only about permanency. Yet the question here with what is happening in the world, is it ever possible to think also about temporariness as a condition of life and not to tie rights only to permanency? Because it feels also, looking at the whole crisis of migrations and refugees around, as their problem would be solved once they become citizens with the passports, but their problem begins there, actually. It's not that the problem is that they would deal with what house mean, where the home is, what does it mean to be in two places in the same time. All these issues of temporariness becomes very strongly, and it is very present in society, yet we insist that rights are tied to permanency. So people will wait their rights to become with this idea of, I will arrive there, as if I am in a race, and once I would become a Swedish citizen, Italian citizen, it's done. No, I am there in this sport of permanency, and then you would discover that this makes absolute no sense. So all the book, the projects of architecture, the concepts we are doing is trying to navigate this condition of permanent temporariness. We are not saying that one is better than the other. We are not saying that we should go there or we should go there here. We are not proposing that temporariness is the solution at all. But what we are proposing is that we should be aware as architects that we are not living anymore in this era of permanency. We are not there. Things are changing, and we need actually to update ourselves and the discipline in order for us to be able to operate within this condition of permanent temporariness.
Good. So the first concept that maybe we'd like to talk about is the notion of the camp, and specifically of a refugee camp. If I say, what is a refugee camp? Most likely, the first image that comes up to your mind is something similar to the one that you see on the screen on the left side, which is an encampment of very fragile structures. Something that, in fact, is not destined to last, something that needs to be dismantled quickly. However, the image that you see on the left is an image of the Heysha refugee camp in Bethlehem in 1952. And the image that you see on the right is the Heysha refugee camp today. So there is an incredible gap between the image that we have in our mind because of the media and the actual reality of many refugee camps. And strangely enough, in fact, for architects, by simply visiting some of the camps, you realize that you are confronted with an extremely specific spatial conditions. And we as architects also don't have a right vocabulary of trying to describe and to make sense and even to intervene in these specific spaces. And let me say from the beginning, when we talk about camps, we don't, first of all, the relation with politics is very clear. Camps are the spatial manifestation of a political failure. When politics failed, camps are established. If politics actually works, camps should not exist in the first place. So I can be very idealistic. If I would have been maybe a philosopher, I can make a lecture about camps. But we are damned to be an architect. And architects cannot just engage with analysis of the reality. They have to work upon it. We are called for transformations. Otherwise, we always somehow feel that we don't do what we are asked to do. And therefore, despite, I think we are posed ourselves into this very horrifying situations which we created in the modern era. And by the way, the history of the camp will be interesting to unpack because it has to do with modernism. It's the dark side of modernism. Meanwhile, we're building these beautiful buildings, modern for the new populations. At the same time, there was an idea of building the camps where people be deprived completely by their political rights. But that is in another issue altogether. Maybe we'll talk about this in another time. What I would like to concentrate today is, first of all, trying to set up the scene of our practice when we started to think about how it's possible to even, first of all, understand what is a camp today, and secondly, how even to think how to intervene, and what is at stake when you decide to intervene. What is at stake when you intervene in the camp, and for the people in the camp, architecture is the worst enemy. Why? Because architecture has to do with permanency. People in the camps, they don't want to live in the camp. So every single act in the camp is a political act. Every architecture in the camp is a political statement. So since 1950s in Dheisheh, there were very painful discussions where people start to understand that the tents were not enough solid, to protect them, for example, from the weather. But they wanted to go back to their houses that, by the way, they were just few kilometers from the camp itself. So these were fundamental architectural questions. Do we have to build a wall? But if we build a wall around us, doesn't mean that we are going to stay. What are the implications of building a wall? And the time passed on, and then the problem was the roof. Do we have to build a roof? But if we build a roof, that's it. We are going to stay. So entering this debate for us was entering in the ways in which we understand architecture politically. It's not just an issue of design, I like this shape or the other shape, but has to do of the implication of all these decisions of opening a window, building a roof, building a wall. All of this are strictly linked with rights. Strictly linked to the right to stay, to the right to live in dignity, to the right to return. Because every act, in that sense, could also undermine the right of return. So architecture should not exist in the first place in the camp. Because if you believe in the right of return, as it's inscribed in international humanitarian laws and international law, they should be allowed to go back. But that situation has perpetuated itself for now more than 7 decades. And unfortunately, that is the destiny of most of the camps that we are building in these very days. Because in some way, as I said, idealistically, I would like to think that camps should not exist in the first place, but we are in a situation in which there is a proliferation of camps and a proliferation of camp-like conditions to the point that I think partially there is a spillover of that condition into other kind of non-camp situations, but somehow they share the same structure in terms of fragility and precarity of our own existence. So these two pictures that you see, there is a gap, right, between how we understand what is a camp and what actually is the camp. And that is the first thing that also moves us to try to understand and try to make definition of this concept and try to refine them. And that is actually very much how we started the book, trying to share this vocabulary with the reader, to say we need to work on a specific vocabulary that allowed us to, conceptual and political vocabulary, that allowed us to try to imagine what kind of interventions are possible in the camp. I will briefly, because we don't have enough time, I will briefly start to talk about one of the projects that is called the Refugee Heritage, because it has to do very much with these very painful questions that we asked in Dheisheh at some point. And we simply ask, do refugee camps actually have a history? If a place is 70 years old, can you say that actually there are historical sites? Even for a building being older than 50 years, by law in Palestine should be under protection. So there are some shelters, for example, that UN built that in theory should be protected. But of course, already these questions, it was such a, let's say, political questions, asking, how much history and how that history actually can be recognized. So the way how we approach these questions, by using arts, mobilizing arts, to actually have a political discussion that was impossible to have if it was not framed as an art project. And the way how we did it, it was that, what if we produce the evidence for inscribing the Heysha refugee camp as a World Heritage Site? As you might know, there are certain criteria to inscribe a site under UNESCO protection. Should have certain specific characteristic. So what we did, we take the Annex 5 of this UNESCO applications, and we seriously ask ourselves and follow these applications, and we try to make sense of the Heysha as a structure. And here, first of all, the first operation that we had to do, it was to document how we move from a tent to a shelter to a one-floor house, two-floor house. So there was important way to actually document the evolution, because all of that history, by the way, is a history that has always been negated by the UN organization, by NGOs, and by the way, by the community itself. Because refugees, of course, they don't want to recognize that history, because that history is a history of shame, is a history of pain. So, in a way, for us, documenting that history was the opposite. We ask ourselves, is it possible to document that history without undermining the right of return? Is it possible to have a life in the present, in dignity, without giving up your right of return? Because for so many years, architecture has been postponed because the idea that one day there will be the salvations. One day you go back home and everything will be fine. But that's not true, and that is unfortunately the painful experience of many people that lived displaced and in exile. You know that there is no return, even if there is a right to it, but the return will be always a possibility of returning to a site which is much more complex and complicated between relation between the site where you live in and the site where you possibly can return. Here I just have to skip very quickly the way how we describe and justify the inscription of the Heysha refugee camp by using the two criteria that for us was important, the immaterial dimensions of the Heysha, but also the material dimensions, also how the house that were built, making associations with different other sites all over the world. But as I said, at some point, this discussion were also tied into a specific will by the community to try to give an image, to try to have actually a space to inhabit that in a way is the materialization of the permanent temporariness. At that time, we were at the beginning of establishing of educational program that's called Campus in Camps. And we needed a space for gathering. We needed a space in which, can be used for this educational program, but also it's part of Al Phoenix Center, which is in the Heysha. And we needed also a space for people to have their weddings, they have their kind of social gathering in the camp, conflict negotiations. So the idea that emerged after all this discussion was actually to build a tent made of concrete. Instead of simply, as sometimes architecture is called for, to give technical solutions to political problems, we wanted to use architecture to pose questions, to materialize a question in front of the people, to materialize the paradox of people that live thinking that that situation is temporary, but what is happening is actually that kind of there is a perpetuation of this temporariness. And what this perpetuation of temporariness does in relation to the right to stay and the relation of the right of return. So the construction of the concrete tent is, first of all, was a place of gathering, but also a place that somehow, where this conversation could emerge, where somehow one can build alliance, political alliance, and try to renovate the fight for the right of return. The image on the right is also the concrete tent that we realized in the Emirates. And that was a very, for us at the beginning, difficult project, because most of our projects were based where we were living, and we knew how challenge could be when you cannot be in the long term in a place where you can build an architecture and then understand how that could evolve. But in this case, one thing that really worked well for us, it was in the moment we started to have discussions with people working in the Emirates, the condition of permanent temporariness, despite being very far from the very condition of the camp, was actually very close to the fact that, as you might know, 80% of people living in the Emirates, they are guests. If they lose their job, they have to leave the country. And this is happening for decades. And once again, imagine that, for example, people, in this case was in Abu Dhabi, were born in Abu Dhabi, and they could say, I'm from Abu Dhabi, but they are not citizen in Abu Dhabi. So if they, lose their jobs, they have just to go, and no one knows where, because they were actually, they were born there. So that was also an important moment in our practice in which somehow, and that also is, if you like, the political ambition is also trying to understand how this concept that we understood by being in the Haitian, by being in Palestine, could be relevant in other kind of situations and can actually politicize an issue. Because otherwise, the condition of labor in the Emirates, it's just a condition. It seems like it's not a political conditions. But actually, if you look that condition from the lens of Palestinian refugees, you suddenly realize that actually they share similarities and they share the same problem. The problem of not having the right to stay or the right to go back. So that is what is negated.
Okay, and actually what we, as Alessandro said, we built a concrete tent, but also we designed a school in Shafat refugee camps, we designed a square in Fawar refugee camp. But as we are worried, and then we show maybe at the end these projects in refugee camps in Palestine, but we would like to take you to Sweden now, and in that sense to also show how the condition of permanent temporariness is also relevant in place like Sweden, because hearing us so far, somebody would think we are still in the Middle East, we are still in the camp. Yeah, we are in Abu Dhabi, still economically I can understand that it is sort of in a well-shaped economically, yet it is still space that deals with precarity. And when we came to Sweden, the major challenge was, can we ever bring our practice here? And of course, we were not sure about it, but certainly we felt the need to come to Europe because, in a sense, with the whole thing of the crisis of refugees and migrants, we feel that we don't here speak about numbers at all, no? We were yesterday laughing in the taxis that, when we speak about numbers in Germany, in Sweden, and then you compare them to Lebanon or Turkey or Jordan, that they doubled actually of numbers, and still it's not the crisis that we are pointing at. But we feel that there is something very strong there, and that our practice can really be able to interact with places in Europe. So we arrived to Sweden and we brought the practice here, and I personally was commissioned by the Staten Kunstrat, public art agency, to do a project in Boden, north of Sweden. And, arriving to Boden, certainly, and of course, we immediately became guests, right, in Sweden. So we had to deal with ourselves as newcomers, privileged newcomers, yet newcomers. We are not sure how many years we are going to be living here. So certainly we feel that we are in a very temporary condition, but I myself lived in Italy for 13 years, and still, and you know, I'm made my PhD in Italian, I speak Italian perfectly, yet, I mean, I tick all the boxes for the race of citizenship, right? I tick the box of being an intellectual Italian, having kids that are half Italians, myself have Italian citizenship, yet I was not recognized by Italians as Italian, right? Yeah, and I thought I would not come again to Sweden and run the same race, because if I did it once and I did not manage to actually follow the whole path and become finally a citizen, something that all of us has almost the hallucination that we can ever be doing. So I decided I would not run this race. That's it. Yet, I recognized how difficult it is, even for educated people like us, to access the highly codified Swedish public space. I mean, we speak all the time about accessibility, the right of everybody to access. We are all equal, yet we don't realize how difficult it is for newcomers to be part of this public, and we demand that they should behave and learn perfectly and become perfect guests and behave the way they should be behaving without compromising any of these codes. And this is where the real refugee crisis stands. It doesn't stand in number. It doesn't stand in how much a refugee would cost. It stands what will happen with our public space. Right? How can we share public space? Are we able to share public space? These are major. What does inclusion mean for us? What does integration mean for us? Why, I mean, how can we deal with all this? So, I mean, to make a long, because do we have still, just to organize myself?
How many minutes?
8 minutes, okay. No, I can, okay. Yeah, I will tell you the story. Yes, absolutely. So I arrived to Boden, November, and it was the first day of snow, very nice, and everybody was super happy about it. Yet, I mean, I visited what they called the Yellow House, which is what you see in that space, which is one of the million housing program that was done in Sweden. And in a sense, I entered there and, you know, we explained a bit what was our experience in Palestine. And I certainly was looking for the political and social agencies I used to work with in Palestinian refugee camps. But I entered this Yellow House. And I have to admit that most probably I never smelled the depression the way I smelled it in this house. I mean, people were sitting in their rooms sort of in thinking, this is not the dream I was thinking Sweden is, right? I made all this journey, all this risk of being here, and finally I would find myself in an isolated, white, uncodified place like Boden, and I need to deal with it, right? And some people say, I mean, which is painful to hear. Some people would say, I am here only for my kids, right? I mean, it's like I give up with my life. It's fine for me. My life is over, and I am here for my kids. And it's painful to hear twice. First, because they would lose their time. Second, because their kids have to deal with what does it mean to be first generation, second generation Swede. And by best, they would become new Swedes, right? So this is the best that in 5, 6 generation it will come. And the question here was very strong. And of course, I was thinking, what can we do here? I mean, there is nothing that can be done here. And everybody was telling me that maybe if they would arrive to Malmö, then things would change. And this is the Sweden they were longing for, right? And of course, all the question is that what can ever be done? And I remember myself calling Alessandra and say, you know, the context is everything. Here there is nothing that can be done. Everybody is telling me that all what they are willing to do is to escape the place. So how can you even live with a community that wants to escape the place? So this extreme condition of Boden, and I was actually accompanied by the Swedish government, by the Public Art Agency, and the artist. Strange, very strange scene. The Palestinian artist, architect arriving to Boden with the government. So it's by all was a very messy sort of things. And yet and while speaking with an Iraqi guy in the Yellow House, I say, oh my God, everybody wants to leave Boden. He said, no, you should meet with Yasmin and Brahim. And I was just like, oh my God, I have two names. And certainly maybe if they found something in Boden, then maybe we can find something in Boden. And we were desperately looking for Yasmin and Brahim, finding Yasmin and Brahim, getting inside their house. And suddenly, I sort of found the agency I was looking for, right? And while Yasmin and Brahim were hosting us, and in particular hosting the Swedish government, there was this momentum where they were very nicely hosting everybody, and I was trying to translate to the Swedish government while we were speaking in Arabic and Arabic coffee, and I thought, in this tiny living room, two couples of Syrian refugees are managing to host the grandiose Swedish government, right? And in that sense, I thought, what can we do with this very strong condition of architecture of the threshold, right? What happened normally is that what migrants and refugees do is that when they are unable to actually access the public space, what they do is that they refuge in their private and they create their own publics. The problem with this, the real problem that countries like Sweden and many other countries will face, is that if we will not recognize these private public spaces as potential, 2 minutes, okay, as potential spaces of collectivity, then segregation is where we are heading. And the question is that, is it possible to think about this threshold as a potential new architectural space? And in that sense, I have 2 minutes, so I will tell you where the living room is. And now there are 6 active living rooms, one in the Van Abbe Museum at the threshold and the entrance of the Van Abbe Museum. Because then I would. In the Van Abbe Museum, hosted by, and of course I became very interested in the figure of the host as a very important figure in society and how we activate certain spaces by having a host. So we have 6 living room active right now, and if you want to know more, I can still be, and you have the book, you have many things that can, but before finishing with these 2 minutes, certainly one of the things we were very much inspired by this threshold, by this square that we did in Fawar refugee camp, while with the lack of a state, people insisted that if we need to have a plaza that we all share, this plaza needs to have walls and doors, and we should cross the threshold. And they actually were very clear that without crossing the threshold, there is no means for us to have a sort of self-organization space. So here, as architects, we should sometimes think about the power that walls might be bringing the moment they can actually claim agency, the moment that, it can be, so in that sense, certainly, maybe I would conclude this way, that the threshold becomes for us in place like Sweden, especially in place like Sweden, because there is this tendency of separating the public from the private, as if, there is the public and there is the private and there is nothing that happens in the middle. And bringing all the practice of Dar and the permanent temporariness, we are realizing that there is a whole gap in architecture that needs to be looked at, tested, and understand as amazing potential to understand today terms like inclusion, participation, integration, public space, and private space in place like Sweden. And then to finish with, this is a school that we built we designed for 1,000 girls in Shafat refugee camp. And again, it was very much, I cannot say more than this, but it was very much about what does it mean to bring the enemy in in the camp, and there was the whole debate between refugees, is that should we think about today and our kids today, or should we think about the future that might be coming one day, and we wait until this messianic day becomes, and it creates a whole debate in the camp. What does it mean to have a nice designed school in a place like a refugee camp? And we cannot speak about all our projects, but if you are interested, the book is there, and there is so many out of it, both on how we combine private life with public life, on how our practice actually moved between public and private. So it's very much about us, our kids, the practice in our house, us activating our living room for 10 years in Palestine as a major space for architecture debate in terms. And then, you come to Sweden, begin this project of the Madafa, and we realized how we ourselves, by first place, created the Madafa in our house as a studio of architecture and as a way to bring discussions like decolonization, public, private, common, in a place like Palestine. But the nice thing that is happening, that we are also realizing to bring this to Sweden, something that we were absolutely a year and a half ago not sure that it's even possible. So thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for a most inspiring lecture. The next guest is Donatella Kuzma, who is co-founder and active in the practice called the Claret Cup in Los Angeles, US. Donatella Kuzma is an Italian architect practicing in Los Angeles since many years. Ms. Kuzma is a co-founder of this Claret Cup, as I just said, a multidisciplinary collaborative project combining architecture, installation, and product design, as well as photographing, stitching, teaching, cooking, and curating. That's amazing. She is the US representative, board member of the Research Institute for Experimental Architecture, and adjunct faculty member of Woodbury University School of Architecture. Donatella Kuzma is also a member of the Italian Board of Architects, the Messina chapter, since 2004. Please welcome Donatella Kuzma to the stage. So, please.
Hello, thank you for having me. And thank you, Alessandro and Sandy, for such an inspiring, where are you, presentation. Last night we were at dinner and Sandy said how she never finishes her wine, so she's a good buddy to go out with. Well, I hope I could share my slot with you so I can keep listening to such a riveting presentation. So definitely get the book. So, like Jasper said, I am a member of Claret Cup, one of the co-founders. My partner, Boya, is in LA, hopefully listening to this. And our practice is based part on participatory mapping projects and part on a more kind of, so to speak, more conventional architectural practice. Our mapping projects are what really informs our practice in terms of giving us a privileged point of view to understand how citizens relate to policies. So Boya and I, my partner Boya and I, are part of the widespread population of migrants who elected Los Angeles as their city. And at the beginning of our collaboration, we started mapping the city as a way to understand the physical boundaries of it, the geography of it. But as we more and more practice mapping in participatory events with public, we realized that there is so much more than geographical information to a map. There are traits that are more intimate and pertain to to the personal experience of people in LA, especially by the fact that Los Angeles is a city of migrants. For this project, we were invited in the Armory Center for the Arts in Pasadena. And the project aimed at trying to give a tangible representation of intangible aspects of how people experience the city. So at the beginning of our 6 weeks residency in the gallery, we hung this map of the Los Angeles basin, unfinished, on the wall of the gallery. And then we conducted a series of events, and each one of them provided the content for the next one. This first one was a potluck in which we asked people to contribute their food that linked their history of coming to LA, some artifacts such as photographs or objects, and the story. And Boy and I collected these artifacts and the stories, and we basically, with them, physically stuffed these custom-made piñatas. I don't know if you guys know what a piñata is in Sweden, but we stuffed these piñatas that we designed with colors of a Los Angeles sunset. And after the smashing of the piñatas, which was also a public held event in the gallery, we asked the public to annotate our unfinished map, and specifically to also trace on the map their path to Los Angeles, where their favorite place, where they collected their memories. And so they annotated, they added notes, and they used this kind of symbolic keys of the city to hang them in places that were meaningful to them. And the result was this kind of very textured, three-dimensional map that tried to express what the geography of the place doesn't express, which is the history of everyone. And the conversation that we conducted at the dinner table had a lot to do with integration into a new culture, into political conflict or cultural conflict of migrants coming to Los Angeles and having to integrate themselves in the city. One of the conversations was, for instance, about the drought. At the time of this project, Los Angeles was declaring a state of permanent drought. And so looking back at these maps during the years, we also find ourselves looking at the transformation of the city, or the transformation of the discourse. And in fact, this year, Los Angeles, thanks to the coordinated effort of the citizens who employed water preservation measures and nature that gifted us with several inches of rain, we were declared officially out of the drought just a few months ago. Frogtown is the nickname by which the locals that live in a certain neighborhood of Los Angeles along the Los Angeles River call their neighborhood. And this project was basically a way to engage the public in conversation about the city. This is a neighborhood that was considered at the time in transition, a place where mainly inhabited by a community of Hispanic and Asian descent, and with an economy based mainly on manufacturers, local manufacturers. So the idea was to have this kind of table game of chances in which a simplified map of the zoning of the neighborhood was on the table, and we asked locals and visitors of Art Walk, in which this event was hosted, to play and to share the knowledge of the neighborhood, but also their vision for the zoning of the neighborhood, or not, or their ideas of not developing it. There were 8 players at the time, and what happened is that we learned a lot from this experience. The knowledge of the neighborhood was shared. How do you say, dispute arised, and we get a picture of how what was the sense or the dissent about the neighborhood. The graphic of the zoning map also served us to create these screen-printed cloths that we produce in limited edition and give one for each winner or every tournament of the game. And again, looking back at these maps, since the neighborhood since has been heavily gentrified, we basically capture a moment in the history of this neighborhood that no longer exists in that configuration. That same neighborhood served us as a site for another project from Frogtown with Love, which was a postcard mailing event. So Boy and I walked in the neighborhood and went to investigate about these manufacturers and makers in the neighborhood, that they were basically operating almost in anonymity in these warehouses in the neighborhood. And we were fortunate enough to be able to document some of the areas of production before they got pushed out by the gentrification of the neighborhood. This, for instance, was an aero engine company that used to test their planes under the bridge by the Los Angeles River. So as a part of the collective memory of the place, there is the sound of the engines being tested outdoors. And they're now gone. They were there from the 20s. And the space of their warehouse is now a live-work loft for creative businesses, or for artists. There was also a pickle company. A family migrated from Germany in the 30s, bringing with them their original recipe for their special pickles. And we basically documented their production, and we talked to them about what brought them to LA, how did they start their factory, and what was important to them. They're also gone since then. There is a restaurant in place of their warehouse. We again post-produced pictures into graphics, screen-printed a series of postcards, and distributed them at a public event, asking people to annotate them and to mail them. And again, that kind of froze a moment in time of this neighborhood that is now, for better or for worse, one of the most coveted neighborhoods in East Los Angeles. This next project, Signals from Mission 26, memorializes the last mission of the Endeavour space shuttle. The Endeavour, basically, after 25 missions in space, got retired and traveled, piggybacking on a modified 747 plane from NASA from Florida to Los Angeles International Airport. And before landing into Los Angeles and then being basically transported to the museum, where now is in a permanent exhibition, it took a ride and pictures with the most famous landmarks. In fact, if you come to LA, the picture with the Hollywood sign is absolutely mandatory. Once it got to LA, it traveled to town. And this is a map that was released by the Los Angeles Police Department to let people know where they could actually go and see the shuttle being transported. And if you're familiar with LA, you'll notice that the route is across the most unprivileged neighborhood of the city, who at the time were already plagued by the financial crisis. So we went around and we traced the 12 miles of this route by photographing and mapping it. And the space shuttle traveled some 123 million miles in its career, and these were the last 12 miles. So it was important for us to map them. What we saw is that the city was actually trying to accommodate the passage of this massive object that was, I think, 25 meters long wingspan and weighed over 86 tons. So the city had to kind of get ready for it to go by the city. So they removed light poles, signage, they installed cameras and security. They had to actually reinforce the asphalt with this massive curtain steel plates to support the weight of the orbiter. And so all in a sudden, these neighbors that were already kind of plagued by the financial crisis, imagine poverty boarded up, just kind of desperation in a way. All in a sudden, they were for a day, for 3 days actually, of the passage of the shuttle, they were in the privileged spot to observe this kind of historic event. This is how the city conceived of it. And some of them were very enthusiastic, such as the owner of this donut shop. Others were outraged, because in these neighborhoods there were already impoverished, and so they're not recovered completely from the financial crisis. They never were. They had to witness the cutting of 400 trees to let the shuttle go by. Some some buildings that were completely neglected for a day lived up to their names. This is the Colosseum, and our car at the time, a Volvo, this is for your benefits in Sweden, in which we traveled to take the photographs of the different places. Again, we processed the photos into screens, and then we screen printed a series of postcards. And then we plopped ourselves along the route, and we waited for the space shuttle to arrive. It was traveling at 4 miles an hour. And we asked people in the meantime to annotate our postcards and to mail them to whoever they want. Some of them were addressed to the city, some addressed to friends or families, and to memorialize this event in the city. And then we asked them to mail them in our bicycle-mounted mailbox replica. And then we basically waited long hours until the shuttle finally made it to our destination. And then we put the stamps, and we mail the postcards that travel to several different countries in the world. This is a project for which, still in our kind of mapping part of the practice, but with a commission, this time for the Red Cat, which is art center, Center for the Arts in downtown Los Angeles. For their fundraising, annual fundraising, we were commissioned to design the environment for the gala. And in this occasion, we created a map in which the Red Cat was placed in the map as this kind of generator and catalyzer of culture. There actually are among the most experimental art center in town. They also hosted your exhibition, I remember. And so we kind of extracted some keywords from their plays and the brief of their presentations to create a map, a cultural map of Los Angeles. So we conceive of them as these generators of culture. The map was processed, printed onto these large modules that were then folded and rigged to the theater flying bars, and then lifted above the main area in the theater and illuminated with the help of the theater technicians to create the environment for this dinner. The tables of the donors, of the people who came to that gala, basically by buying a table, they were supporting the cultural institution. So we thought to remove all the seats from the theater and to put the tables in the center of the theater to kind of promote this idea that they were supporting the cultural institution and allowing it to be and to promote culture. With the same attitude, we created this the graphic for the case studies Eames chairs in collaboration with Modernica, which is the original manufacturer of this chair since the times of Ray and Charles Eames, in support of the Los Angeles Forum, which is an institution that promotes research in the field of architecture and urban design in Los Angeles. And these chairs were auctioned for their annual fundraising. Switching gears a little bit, this is a map that we did not design. And it's the type of map that we wish it didn't exist. It is a map that it is actually a screenshot from an interactive map that you can find online by a group that is called Understand Homelessness. And with every yellow dot, they represent 5 people that are currently without permanent shelter in the United States. And if you did some research, you would know that there is a direct relationship between housing and affordability and homelessness. And in Los Angeles, this phenomenon is particularly severe. As of now, we have about 57,000 people without permanent shelter in the city of Los Angeles alone. So there is a lot of debate, obviously, about this problem. And the city has a series of measures that are aimed to help solving this problem, to provide housing. So if you listen to the American news, you're going to hear a lot about housing shortage. So as a way to front that problem, the city passed and adopted this ADU ordinance. ADU stands for Accessory Dwelling Unit, and basically means that anybody with a residential lot can actually add another unit to their lot, which was not doable before. The ADU can be detached from the original house, it can be attached to it, or it can even be, as of the most recent amendment of the ordinance, it can be a space within the original house, as long as it has a private access, a kitchen, and a bathroom. And in some circumstances, which is huge in LA because it's a car society, basically. With some circumstances, you can convert the garage, give up basically the parking if you are half a mile from public transfer, and convert that garage into ADU. In some other circumstances, you actually have to have more space on the lot, like in the second diagram from the left, to add more parking. So we first heard of this ordinance by the lovely couple in the picture who were our clients at the time. By the time we started the project, the ADU ordinance was not into effect yet. So they have a classical Los Angeles story. They're a young couple, they're trying to start up, and they try to qualify for a property that can actually afford. And in Los Angeles, you basically have to place a bid. You have to make an offer for a property. If you want to rent, you have to write a nice letter of introduction saying what is your vision for the property. You have to have good credits and all that. So they basically searched for a long time, and finally they qualified. They scored a property that it was basically burnt into a fire 16 years prior. And this is what they found, and they were very excited about it. And so we went to the site, and we also became very excited. We thought we found signs, clear signs on the site that we could deliver them their dream home that they wanted. So we started the process. What they bought were 3 lots, and one of them had the house that was burned 16 years prior and the garage that was also semi-destroyed. Before hiring us, they went to the city, they asked about this property. They wanted to make sure that they had all their ducks in a line before making this big purchase of their life. And they were told that these 3 lots could be tied together because, as you can see, the garage kind of straddled on the property line of one of the 3 parcels. And this tying the lots together was going to be a quite inexpensive and not too long process. So they went for it, they bought the property. And then we came on board and we started doing the feasibility studies and kind of uncovering the issues that they actually had with the property. And the first thing was that the title company made a mistake, and one of the parcels, the one that has the access from the street, it wasn't included in the sales, actually. It wasn't theirs. So we had to regroup and try to figure out what to do. At that time, the ADU ordinance actually came into place. There was another problem, sorry. The problem was that because the portion of the house that now doesn't have access to the street, and that's not legal. And so what they had to do, we learned from the city, was this kind of complicated and costly process that is called parcel map permit. That was going to cost them 20% of their budget and take over a year. So they couldn't afford it. They were already paying for the mortgage. They were paying rent somewhere else. So what they decided to do was to just convert only the garage, which was the only building that has a couple of walls standing up, and just live there for a year until they could sell the property to somebody else. The reason why I'm talking about this project is because at the time we went to the city and we asked for a temporary solution, something that we could do at interim to give this couple the ability of do their projects, taking advantage of the loan from the bank, and then once they were settled and maybe rent one of the units out, they could actually pay for the other process, the more administrative projects permit. That was the one that was more expensive, but we were denied that. So they proceeded with converting the garage with the help of a contractor, and they lived in a converted garage of 38 square feet for a year with a burnt house in the back before selling the property with somebody with more money that could basically afford to develop the property per code. The next project is a proper project of ADU. the clients came with us with a list of parameters that matched exactly what the ADU ordinance dictates. They wanted no more than 120 square meters. They wanted to add to this garage and demolish actually this garage and build the ADU. But basically, if you can believe it, because the property is in an historically protected neighborhood under the HPOZ, which is the Historic Preservation Overlay Zone, this garage in LA is considered a historically contributing structure. So we couldn't do anything to it until we got approval from the Historic Preservation Board. So this is what the diagram of the property looks like. So there is a single-family residence in historic preservation zone. And the house and the garage, like I said, were considered historically significant buildings. So we took the process in 2 steps. First step, we asked permission to the HPOZ to relocate the garage, which basically means demolishing and rebuilding it. But we couldn't call it that, because you can't demolish a culturally significant piece. So we rebuild it. And this is all virtual, because it's only in the plans. It doesn't mean anything, it's still there. But in the plans, we show it relocated, keeping the architectural detailing of it, so, which basically is the tile at the top of the roof, and then converting it into ADU, and then add to it. So this is how we were able to take advantage of the ordinance to build what our clients wanted. Right now, we're still in design, and we'll keep pushing for our clients' vision. This next project was actually in an empty lot. Is uphill, very steep lot. For this project also, we wanted to use the ADU ordinance, but at the time, we couldn't, because there were 2 problems with this property. First, the city of Los Angeles at the time was in this like chicken and egg type of situation. If you don't have a house on the property, you can't build an accessory to it. So they wouldn't let us design them at the same time. So we had to settle for designing a whole house. So this is what we wanted to do. We wanted to have the garage at the bottom, the accessory dwelling unit in the middle, and then up the hill, the single-family residence. But we couldn't do it at the time with the ordinance as it was written at the time. And so we settled for designing a whole residence, so it was just one. And then 5 months after we submitted for a building permit, the ordinance changed. And now they allow you to build the accessory dwelling unit and the house at the same time. So the diagram on the right is the vision for the future, in which we are going to have to apply for another permit once we are done with the current one. And the permit is, the project is actually in plan check right now. And these are some images from the project. And the last project is actually a different project. The lot is a R2, which gives you by right the opportunity to build 2 full units on the lot. And so there was a pre-existing mid-century home on the lot with just 1 parking spot, which was what in the 60s was considered acceptable by the code. And we were entitled to, the lot is entitled to have a full second unit in the back, but there were 2 problems with that. One was we couldn't add any more parking on the lot without demolishing portion of the existing house. And also to have a full second unit, you need, per code, a 10-foot passage. And that also was in the way of our existing mid-century building, so we couldn't do it. And so in this case, we decided to adopt the ADU ordinance to help us come out from this conundrum. And so even though with the ADU you can build much less square feet, only 120 square meters, we decided to do that because it allowed us to not having to provide any more parking, so we were able to preserve the original structure as it was. And after 9 months, we are almost coming out of plan check, after we comply with all the clearances, all the plan check corrections, and paid all the fees. And what we learned from this experience is what the ADU ordinance is designed to help people build a rental unit that could help them actually pay for their mortgage, at the same time providing more housing stock for Los Angeles that desperately needs it. is a tool that is still quite rigid and doesn't allow for temporary solutions. It doesn't allow for a fixed ticket. And so while we keep working to help our clients fulfill their aspiration, we hope that as architects we could be of service to the city, as we are the ones who apply the code on the field and understand the shortcomings of it. Because really, the ordinance is designed with only a few typologies of lots, but then when you are in the field, you understand that there are several different combinations on how the code applies. So if you apply for an ADU project today, you pay the exact same fees, and the process takes just as long as any other residential project. So while it is definitely a step in the right direction to densify the city, provide the additional housing stock, and also help people holding on to their properties, because in United States it's actually really difficult to be able to afford their mortgage. The whole society, the way it's organized, it demands people to have actually a lot of cash in hand. And during the financial crisis, a lot of people lost their home because they couldn't afford their mortgages. So it is a real problem. But as architects, we basically are confronted with the reality of the code being a very rigid tool that is not accommodating for all the different nuances of how a project is actually conducted. So what we are hoping for is for a more open conversation with the city, and for the code to become a real dynamic tool to allow people to fulfill their aspiration and being able to hold on to their houses. And this is the last slide. Thank you for listening, and thanks to my partner in Los Angeles, Boya, who helped me put together this presentation, and most of all, contributed to the work that we showed. Thank you.
Thank you, Donatella. Now we have a small break, a short break. And I think there should be coffee still behind the screen. And there will be book signing. So, yeah, it will be, yes. The DAR book is on the table, and for you who wish to buy it, it's perfectly possible, and there will be signing going on as well. So we meet at 11, I think, 11 sharp for Santiago Cirugueda. Yes, thank you. Is this on? Yeah. Okay, welcome back from the coffee break. Now to the next lecture before the first panel. And we will listen to Santiago Cirugueda, who is active under the name of Recetas Urbanas in Seville, Spain, but also in Madrid, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Santiago Cirugueda has developed subversive projects with distinct ambitions in urban realities. From the systematic occupation of public spaces in containers to low-cost, self-built projects that need the expertise of someone used to navigating and often exploiting Spain's complicated planning bureaucracy. Santiago Cirugueda is sometimes referred to as a guerrilla architect. He is now working together with local governments to implement new housing models for the socially disadvantaged. He has also written many articles, given workshops, lectures, and seminars in schools and universities, and he has also participated in solo and group exhibitions worldwide. Please welcome Santiago Cirugueda.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Alice. She's my partner and our daughter too. So say hello. And okay, yes, at the end, we are architects. I spent 12 years to finish my studies in Sevilla, but at the end I had problems, so I finished in Barcelona. Because during my years studying, it was nice to study Le Corbusier and many of them, but for me it was very boring to be each day making models, drawings, study historical actors, and at the end for me it was very, very silly when I was studying to understand what happened in my city. It was the first project I made 24 years ago. And it's pretty stupid. I was only one citizen who was studying architecture, but for me the first question is how one citizen could be in contact with the official politics. How a person have the right to go to the urban planning office or to the city to say, we need a playground in the old center. Sevilla has the biggest old center or historical center in Spain. But during that years, in all the neighborhoods, nobody had a playground. It's very silly. I have now a daughter and I understand. So for me was how one citizen had the right to make one. If you demand to the city and the city say no, because it's one old city, so it's very modern to make a playground, so it's impossible. You say, fuck. So I looked for the regulation. It was my first time because I saw it is possible to pay a license to put one skips, to put garbage. It's possible. So if you rent one and you pay the license for that type of skips, and then you make a playground. It was the first time appeared the police in my life. 24. It was very silly. I was studying architecture, but I wanted to understand how we have the right to intervene our own city. The next project I made, it was the same. Each year I took money working in a bar or painting walls. And then I say, okay, the second program is how to intervene the old buildings, housing, equipments in our city, in Sevilla. So I make a graffiti in that building at night, and then I went to the urban planning office and I said, I'm a very bad citizen, sorry. I want to repaint in white, but I need one scaffolding. So they give me the license for put the scaffolding in the street, and then I went to live there during 3 months. But it was only to test what's happening with our regulation. Here appear that from 21 years ago, saying the same. Okay, if you want to change, you could be legal or illegal, or illegal in the middle. And what the reason to understand, okay, we have laws, we have rights, we have regulation, and the first question, no? You have a first world country, you know, and you are the first level of education, university, and how many of you know the law, participation law in Sweden? You know that the law, participation law in each country is the law that permit to make politics in between the social groups and the government. Is the government must to offer new lines to make in between new politics. You have a law. I checked yesterday in the hotel. It's nice. It's very elegant. But it's okay, no? For me, day by day, I try to understand different laws in different countries. In the Arabic countries, it's totally different. In Africa, too. In the first world, it's different than in Latin America. But it's nice to try to understand, not to use always. Sometimes you are illegal. But the minimum for me, you are a citizen, you pay your taxes. The problem, because we were working 12 years in Latin America. There is in Panama, in Guatemala, in Colombia, so much time, and in many different environments. And for me, what's very important to understand that there, where the government haven't all the power, all the money, all the regulation too, to give for the citizen all they need, the citizen invents day by day. Invents the squads, they invent the environment, the public space, the works, the education, and all. In the first world, you have a government with very high level. With money, you pay a very high level of taxes, and they give you education, healthy, and all. No? But for me, it's very important to work in the middle. No? So we need a state, a government with power, with money, with good laws, but we need to have protocols to work day by day, not only one day for each 4 years that you vote, from the right, the left, the middle, the green, I don't know, and then you wait what's happened. No, you have your protocol. In each country are different, but you have it. It was the same, no? If the city of Sevilla decide to cut 200 trees in our neighborhood, and we think, not me, more than 2,000 people fighting on the street, and we decide to occupy the trees, not permit to cut, and the end is, they say, the city say, no, but it's still, only, it's still a tree and the other, and say, okay, you have professional, but we are professional too. You have architects in your city, you have lawyers, you have ecologists, but we have to in the social fights. No? So we try to make different occupation at first in Sevilla. Now it's very normal. In Sevilla, we had, during that years, I don't remember, 300 empty lots, public empty lots, sites. So if the city don't use it, because it's our sites, when the property is public, it's ours, not yours for the politician, no, it's ours. And the law say, if you don't use in 8 years, we can use it. Without any license, and it's happening in all Spain, in part of Europe, in Italy too. So we try to make the illegal project without any license, then we demand ourselves and say, okay, now it's illegal, but could be legal if you collaborate with us. But not wait, never wait to, okay, well, sometimes we wait, okay. So it was our first position to understand the law, sometimes to respect, sometimes to say no, isn't a good law, so to prepare to make the project directly because the people has a need and you go straight. I remember that it's our office, Recetas Urbanas, and my daughter, and okay, when we appear in newspaper, then appear more young people in Granada, very near from Sevilla, 100 students from one school of art and architecture, and they say, okay, we listen about your practice, we need a space in the university free with our kids to work on holidays, to work at night, work all year. When we decide, the student, the second question, who of you knows about the regulation in your own university, your rights? Please study. not models, more study. Because at the end you have rights. It's very similar, the participation for the citizen in the city than the participation of the student in the university. If you read the two regulations, you can check that you are the first actor. It's appear in the university. The first actor, you can propose, question, answer, how to use the spaces. You have the right, I am sure, I promise you. But you need to spend time looking for that. That student, 18 years ago, they invite us. I just have my title, and they decide to build, because the dean of the university say, no, the university is perfect, so silent and study. And that group of students say, no, sorry, but we have our rights, and if you don't pay the new building, if you don't give the license, we will make it. So the first, we haven't any money, so we dismount the building very near from the university, that building, beautiful or not. But with dismount, we took all the materials, and then we make workshops, alternative in other place, design, making social design with people, making ourselves the foundation, the walls, very poor system, I know, stolen material from other works. I think when you stole, if you take a property for you, but if you take a property for others, it's a stole. But both projects are social projects and public projects. So you will see that material, it's cork. So we built that building during 1 year. It was amazing, without any license. And it was our first experience to build a small building. And the people say that the process was amazing, but at the end, they say, yes, it's beautiful, the process with the people, with the neighborhood, with all, but at the end it's ugly. It's ugly. And I always say, all of you have an ugly friend. So Peter's ugly, you know. So the mother knows too. But Peter is happy, invite you beer, it's a good answer, but it's ugly, you know. No, it's very clear. Sometimes the architecture could be ugly, but it's a good person. It's, I know about Peter's a good person, you know. Because sometimes the architecture is pornography, no? It could be amazing. The picture, amazing. Wow, with blonde girls, beautiful men, black men. It's boring. But it's ugly, but it's beautiful inside, okay? That connects with the next project that people from Malaga, not only from Malaga, from Madrid, Murcia, all the rest of the east of Spain, more students say, okay, if in Granada they are making that one, we could make the same. So in the new School of Architecture and Art, they invite us to teach there. And I say, no, sorry, I said yesterday, I like the university not so much, but I like it too. It's ugly, but beautiful inside. But at the end, you say, no, we can't teach, but we can offer the student to build themselves their own classroom. Not for the teacher, only for the student. So we made a very fast project in summer, in 1 month, directly with the office, not with the people. It was not collaborated design, but collaborating building. And on the top of the building, because the state, the regional state, decide that building for the School of Art, but not the building with bricks. It's down. It's the ground floor without any lights. It was stupid. So if the university decide a very stupid idea to make a new school, we say, no, we need light. We need sun in Malaga. So we build with, at the end, 255 persons, I remember, very young people. So for us, it was how to learn. At the end, we had a license for that. It was different, and all that sacks are full of cork, and the cork went to Granada, because we had a small budget here, but no money in the other, so we understand, okay, in Granada they need material, I have material, I bring material to there. So I say, so it's public money. So for me, it's an important, it's from Malaga or Granada, from Madrid, from Barcelona. I see very clear, no? So if appear the police, I can explain, don't worry. So we made that classroom, And it was a beautiful way to connect people, young people from different cities in Spain, no? From 45 different cities. So it was our first example of how to organize a network to collaborate together and make a new type of university. So at the end, the students, they were the first actors. They decide when they open that. They decide if they invite the teachers. It was two examples. I like the technology, I love it. But it's a pity because if you want to have a beer after to work, it's impossible, no? It's beautiful, that, but I prefer that picture. I prefer the picture where you need people to make the same thing at the same time. So it's beautiful when we say that all the girls, it was a big group of young girls, and we invite Granada to come to Malaga, and then appear people from Madrid, and then you meet with 200 people and say, what's happened here? Why they decide to work together? Who pay? It's dangerous, it's sad, it's beautiful too. So at the end, we prefer that type of pictures when we need it was in one school. It's legal to work with teenagers or with children with 8 years old building? Is legal or not? No idea, again. It's legal that one guy 8 years old say, Mom, I want to play skate and to go to the beach and swimming all day and to climb mountains. Is legal or not? It's the same. If a children decide, Mom, I want to build my own school, of course, we have all education, all the insurance, all the protocols to involve all type of people, all people, young people, in the last working with refugees too, with other type of insurance and other type of documents. In each process, we need to check all the regulation again and then decide if we want to make legal or illegal things. It was at the same time. We are working in very short time process to demand, like this, in Canary Island, demanding that it was one illegal road for the tourists, and it was illegal. So the city in Fuerteventura was illegal, the government, not the citizens. So we cut the road. Yes, you make one illegal thing over another illegal thing. Of course, the police not appear directly, but later appear not in that place. So it's a question to say, okay, we are like the film, no? You say me if I'm illegal or not, but I look at you. So sometimes we make a small action. It's for my mom, of course. That is a joke, but sometimes we make more official, not more official because we never make competitions. We always appear when a group of persons, like in Latin America, they invite us, okay, we spend 8 years, 6 years trying to convince the administration. And we think we have the right to demand that. So can you collaborate with us? And we say, it could be. So that project, it was because in a public school in Sevilla, you have the right to have a dining room for the children, not to eat in a corner 10 minutes, 4 turns of children, 45 children in 10 minutes. Next now. So in the law appear that in each public center, school, you need one a beautiful space to have dinner or lunch. So at the end, we were waiting nearly 2 years, trying to convince our regional government. We are from Andalusia, 80 million of persons, and we were with the council, with the president, and all of that politicians. So at the end, we said, enough. So we will make it. If you don't want to collaborate, it's important. Do you think that you will send the police when children are working, building themselves as the politician must? No, it's stupid. So at the end, with Alice in the middle, we have that box that Alice in the middle has, is the total weapon. Inside that total weapon, we have all type of insurance, of legal documents, because when you appear in the urban planning office and they say, we will build with the children. No, it's impossible, it's illegal, fuck you. You open the total weapon, and in total weapon, because we having a law in Europe to build yourself public buildings. We build ourselves illegal housing in Latin America, but public centers built by the people is in Spain and in many different places until it's impossible. It's very difficult. I have one license, and appear in a public license that children's father and mother will build. So it's a legal document that is very strange. In a magazine of lawyers in Berlin, they put that because they say it's very strange that a city permit to build children public building. No? So it's very strange. So for me, that document is amazing. No? And in the website of our regional government appear during only 2 months, children with helmet. And the new president of the regional government say, what's that? Take off, that the children, no? So and some architects appear at the beginning and say, do you want to paint the walls? They go, no, we will build the walls. It's impossible. And the columns? Yes. And the roof? Yes. And your motherfucker? Yes. It's a pity. Because at the end, we built during 1 year, only 2 days, very hot weather. And we built with 347 from 37 different nationalities. That building that people say, Santi, you have a problem because it starts to be more beautiful, not ugly. So take it easy, no? But at the end, it was one example of how, so when you go to demand to the city or the regional government or the state, at the end you could make as you want. Be legal, more legal, half illegal, but that you know you must know the law. And when you go and say, no, we want to have that project because it's good for the people. No. It's beautiful, but it's stupid. So we want to make that project because we are using the equality law from Europe. We are using participation law in Spain and Europe. We are using the law about education. We are using the law of integration because we are involving there a group of refugees, people with mental disabilities. So we are using 6 laws to make a project. So we never say, because it's good for the neighbors. No, it's good for the people. No, fuck. So it's good because we are using the law. And you make the law. So you understand me or not? So that is the question if you want to demand. Then you say, it's beautiful because it's funny, because at the end, 200 women work there. So we are shouting that in the workplace appear the woman more than the men, and it's very important. And when the people, all the families start to reuse material, to look for second-hand material, around they appear crazy and appear to move material from Madrid to Barcelona. We have a network in all Spain. We are more than 100 teams, hackers, architects, lawyers, urban planners. And when we need to demand a very important process or project in Bilbao, we appear 10. And when you are with the politician, the technician, all the lawyers and all, and say, okay. And say, who are you? I'm Santi from Sevilla, but we are in Bilbao, yes, because we collaborate together. But no, you don't know about the urban plan. No, but she knows. She's professional like you. Yeah, but the lawyer, no, we have 2 lawyers. So the only way for us during years is to prepare like an army, a group. We are near more, I say is Arquitectura Colectiva, you could check if you want. We are legal basis, or illegal basis too, to how to connect, demand, convince to make project. Here appear the list of people who work it and the because at the end that building cost to the urban region. So the normal price is 400,000, and it costs only 100,042 euros, the third part. So it's stupid. So you show that people working together, and with the technical code in my hand, appear the firemen, appear the professional from the education, and it's a project that we built during 1 year. It was the experience amazing, I don't want to say, but it's very important that the responsibility to use the public land. The normal is when appear a project, appear a wall or a fence, don't permit the people outside from the works. And it's closed for all the citizens until it's finished. Then appear the politician, make the picture, and it's open. Fuck. So during all our works, we use the workplace like a place for sleep, eat, invite people, dance, flamenco, all we want. I normally the professional of security and safety. So in my projects, in my official project, I put it's permit to dance, it's permit to drink alcohol, it's permit to invite children, because I have the responsibility, so I can propose. So for the professional, sometimes my own profession, like you, in Spain, they attack us because they say, you can't involve children or people without a view in your project. Why not? The crazy army we were talking about. In between, we are official project with the city or the government. We make a small project. It's like go to the gym and then play rugby. The most important is to play rugby. But you need to go to the gym. If not, they kill you. So sometimes we are broken, cutting, I don't know how many public schools, and the directors, they say, we are until here, that the city in summer, they cut all the trees, they put concrete in all the public schools in Sevilla, Madrid, and Barcelona, and then in September, we start to make new halls without any license. So the mayor in Sevilla knows and say, but they are cutting the concrete we put. Yeah, they go, you're stupid, don't put more. If you put, we cut. It's boring now. He's a very intellectual person, he's a good writer and looking for how to plan better, no? So we need that small actions. I'm tired to make more halls because I have a list of a school that they say, Resetas, could you came here to cut more concrete? And say, no, not more. So in two sense, you make some actions to demand, to say, it's stupid, so please stop. And on the other hand, we try to make in a legal way. That project in Madrid, it was the same. The director and all the staff of one public school of design, they say, we haven't enough space. It's the only public with the third degree of design. And that building is for only 175 persons, but actually there are 700 students. So the city and Madrid regional government aren't giving the rights for that student. So it's 4 times the student for the same place. So we say, okay, we started to build without any license, and it's very strange because in that case we have the permit of the director, Marina, but she's totally crazy. But Marina, if appear the police at the end, of course, and it was funny when appeared the police, we are making the last book, because we finished one book, but we forget to bring him here. But we are making a book that where appears, talking about all the projects where appear the police in our life. There are 35 different projects that the police appear sometimes in good way, of course. We pay them to control and to put it all in order, so I respect them. And how they understand that type of process, no? I remember when they arrive in that process and appear a couple of police, in that moment, no, before, they say, okay, and what's that? They go, no, we are making workshops to teach how to build I say, what? They go, yes, we make a workshop to learn, to make a foundation. Later we may, I say, no. That is a building. No, it's not a building. It's only workshops, foundation, structure, walls, daily roof. I say, no, man. Before to be police, I was professional builder, so I know that it's a building. And I say, sorry, please, yeah, I know, but and we explain with the director the problem for the space, and that the student have a right to have the minimal condition to study. And we show the law and say, okay, that we need 1.5 meters each student appear in the law to design all the public university. So we have less, so we are building more, okay? And he said, see, but the license. So it's okay. And at the end, it appeared more Frankenstein because that building was made with 85% of second-hand building and with a technical code in my hand. So at the end, it's correct with the European technical code and with the Spanish technical code. We are very elegant. But at the end, appeared more Frankenstein. And at the end, it was the bill, like you go to the supermarket and appear 2 milks for 1, 2, and I think it costs, you can see, 2 floors, 2 classrooms, 69,000 euros. Shit. It was a very small budget to build together. It was 400 people working. Until the last project we are making is that, how many minutes I have? 3, 2, or? Oh, it's perfect. So the most important is when it's normal to make competitions, but what's a competition? It's when the city or a private company decide to make a building in that corner, in that political moment, with that budget and with that use. So all the important decisions appear before, and then the architect go running, I respect, to make the most beautiful building now. But who decide the building there, and the levels, and the budget, and the others? But it's okay. In our case, it's the people that appear to say, okay, we need more space, we need one new university, we need in alternative education or housing. And that project, it's the crazy project, it's in the poorest part in Spain, it's the Cañada Real, 12 kilometers, where there are 50,000 people. We are working in the 5th part, that is 70% from Morocco, 22 from Gypsy from Spain, and Romans, and some white person, payos, like they call us, the Gypsies. Payo. Okay, it's a very special place, but in that case, it's the city from Madrid who call us, who phone us, because they try to make a competition during 2 years, and all the teams, the social teams, architects from Madrid, nobody wanted to make it. So 2 years, they make the competition, empty. Second year, empty. At the end, the mayor phone us, say, okay, we know your way of work. Could you try to make that social center? They go, it could be, but you must to change the public contract, because at the end they make the public contract for companies who make containers, who make housing, all the same, but not for teams that work with the people. At the end, the contract is the same that for other projects. It's a cheat, and I say all the politicians it's a cheat. So the next, if you don't change and make a new politics, not only for our team, for other teams to be more comfortable, so if not, you will build alone or not build. So that is the place, okay, at the end, you have all the relation between all the agents, political agents, social agents, neighbors, students, and in that case, we decided to make the more complicated way of build. We involve, by now, only that project has more than 1,000 people collaborating in only 4 months. It's crazy. But we decide to make different pieces for the social center, and each one of the spaces are made in different places, not in the same place. We send material to one prison, a jail, and with neighbors from the neighborhood that we know they are in the jail, we build a part on the top. With 600 students from 8 years until 18 years, we build another building. With the network of women from Latin America in Madrid, we build another building. So the logistics is crazy, but the process is amazing. So at the end, that beautiful drawings is the open call, okay? And we started with, you can see the type of housing behind us. And then we started to bring the materials that we prepare with the other collective. That it was the first, it was made for, I don't remember, 50 women from the Latin America network in Madrid, and we work with them, and then we bring here. Then we started with our staff there, Recetas Urbanas, and with the Gypsy, we have 1 day or 2 days with Gypsy boys and Morocco boys and girls, only for women in the Friday, because with the Morocco and Arabic, we can't, the men work now by now. If not, the men attack us, it's crazy. So we are using the workplace like a battle place to recognize the difference between the different ethnics and religions. But at the end, it's working in one school during 2 months and with 600 students. So it's important when you make a social project that you go to all the environment, the minimum for all the public school, to say we are working in that process. Because at the end, the teachers, the director, the family say, we want to collaborate. 600 persons and 600 families who knows about that place that appear in newspaper always with problem with drugs, with guns, violence. But now it's okay. We know that appear, but not all the people. So the people from there are amazing too. So we are now finishing. That picture was from the last week. 2 days ago I was there, or yesterday, I don't remember, yesterday in the morning, yes. And for the city now, for Madrid, say how we can repeat that experience. Because if you are involving the schools, 4 universities from País Basque Country, from Alicante, from Segovia, la SDMD, so university are collaborating. Public school, the jails now, not only 1, 3 jails want to collaborate in other social projects. We have now the protocol to involve that people. You know, that is our advertisement. You are here, and it's permitted to be here at all the people. So you can see music, and it's official workplace. It's from the city. It's for the city. So appear the technician from the city with a tie and say, what's that? You can't put that advertisement. Why not? I sign that it's possible. So it's a way to change the politics to use that public land. We are building in that public land, we know, but during all the process, we are making social meetings, we are making sports, we are making playgrounds in the same workplace. So, not only because it's cheaper. And I'm finishing now because that process, it was proposed in Antwerp, in Belgium. I want to say that where the mayor is from the radical right. That is the problem sometimes when you want to make new politics and you meet with that type of person. And in that case, they invite us to try to make one experiment in the Conning Plain where actually there is, I don't know, 175 different nationalities and identities, and they call it's the more problematic place in Antwerp, in Anvers. I say, that place? Really? Because they have drugs and sometimes people having whiskey and similar. So we make the experiment there in the first world to try with their own permits, license, and laws, involve all the community. And it was a very good example that we'll repeat now in Gothenburg. We made a project in Gothenburg 4 years ago in Rådhästen. It's a culture center, and we built together the House of Words with 75 persons from Gothenburg and Stockholm and from Brazil. So for me, it's a question to arrive to another country and to learn about the relation between citizen and government. That meeting are talking about that question too, no? How the university have tools, have the energy, or have the helps from the city or the government to make politics together or alternative politics. Both are correct for me. So in April, in 4 weeks, we'll be there in Gothenburg. If you want to appear there, you're invited. I hope it's raining. I hope it's difficult. They say, Santi, no drinks in the workplace. I go, why not? Because the first project we made in Gothenburg, so to have lunch, I said, no. For vegan, vegetarian, they go, okay. You respect all. Respect me. Beer. Yes, and in that process, each day we have 2 boxes of beer. So we'll see there. But now it's with the city. It's more, here is Sam, here collaborating with us. Sam, hola. So the beer after, okay? After work. You control me, okay? And me too. So in 4 weeks we'll be there. In 2 days I will make an open call there to different institution or people or a school of architecture to invite people to build together in Gothenburg. We will see what's happening in the public relation with the citizen and politicians. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, and now for the panel. So please, the other lecturers are welcome up to the stage. And the students and other guests prepare your questions or comments or just remarks of any kind. And we have some microphones, I think, out there. So please, who would like to be first out? We have one question here. Or maybe, yeah. Could you just raise your hand so you know how to pass the mic?
I was thinking first of this, you arriving in Boden and wondering what's happening in Sweden. I was thinking if you were going 70 years back, you would find a lot of people that didn't live in cities. So they're rather displaced in a city. And that, I think, is in a way relevant. But the change in Sweden was fairly peaceful. Nobody forced people from the countryside into the cities. But they are still displaced in a way. So in a sort of hidden temporariness in the city. Maybe that could be something for you to carry on.
Would you like to comment?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, one major.
Yes.
But no. I mean, absolutely. What I am noting that is happening with this project is rather because sometimes people say, "But what is it? Are you criticizing the fact that we are not integrated in a proper manner refugees?" And I say, no. I mean, it's about how can we redefine integration in a sense of who has the right to integrate and who needs to be integrated, right? And the moment that you make people feel that they need to be integrated, they become passive citizens. And in that sense, what does it mean to arrive to a place and be able to participate 3 days after you arrive? You know, when in the Arab world, and I think that in many other cultures, we say that a host would, a guest, when you are a guest at somebody's house, after 3 days, you begin to smell. No, I mean to smell bad in the sense of, and what does it mean actually to be required to live for eternity as a guest, and how much you will be smelling, right? In which way, is there a way for us to be active immediately? And in that sense, I think what this project is trying to do, returning to your comment, is how can we understand it as a common urgency rather than it is about Swedes or migrants? Because nobody can negate today that hospitality is a major urgency in Sweden, among Swedes. I mean, in that sense, what does it mean? Why a private house is completely closed? Where is the public life taking place? It is only in the plazas, or where are collectivities in Sweden today? And how can we understand back hospitality? I mean, the moment that people left and they become displaced, that the thing is what I feel hospitality with modernity, especially in a place like Sweden, sort of had a lot of transformation, and in many ways as if it was forgotten as an ethical way of being and being together, and as is modernity sort of, I don't know how to put, neglected what is the role of hospitality in a society. And it feels, especially because there is a very strong state here, as if the only real host is the state. And I believe that the hosting is a right for everybody, individuals and states, and not only migrants or locals. It's how can we still be exercising our host and make out of this right a common urgency is among whoever feels himself temporary or displaced. And in that sense, instead of seeing differences, we can again see how to create common ground and common urgencies and common practice together. And I feel that hospitality in Sweden today has this potentiality, if we would understand it in a proper manner as a way to come together rather than a way to be separated, and who is the host and who is the guest, right? So I don't know if I answered you, but I guess, it is where common urgencies come among many temporariness conditions and many displacements.
Yeah. Thank you. The next question. I'm sure you have some comments or questions. Okay, PJ.
I can ask questions all the time. Thanks for a fantastic morning. I was thinking here now when Santi he concluded here about something that connects all of you, and I think that, to me, I think you all operate by, you kind of identify or operate a space where a conventional policy apparatus have sort of failed to respond to emergent needs in society. And to me, I mean, the way I'm reading all of you are using a design process that seems to operate in different parameters than a conventional design process, if we think about the design process from an architectural point of view. So I'm kind of curious about, I mean, how do you see on the design, on the concept of design? I mean, if the students here, you know, we are teaching them how to design, and I think your design process are very, not very, but they are different. They add things to the conventions of design. So it would be interesting to hear how you think about the concept of design in your practices.
You prefer.
Okay. Well, I agree with what you said. And from the presentation of both Sandy, Alessandro, and Santiago, I think there are actually, even maybe in the surface of it, might not look like it. It seems like there are more similarities than not. It seems like what we agree upon is that architecture should be a service to the public, be them. I personally don't see a difference whoever the commissioner is, if we are designing for a public commission or if you're designing for a community. Ultimately, architecture, it is, and it should be conceived as everybody's. I liked Santiago's comment about once you build something and you put it out in the world to be something to be more or less permanent, or it has a degree of permanence on the territory. It is your responsibility to be very ethical about it and really understand who the users are, because that piece is going to be around for a long time, and cities belong to all of us. It doesn't matter who the commissioner is. In Los Angeles, I struggled at the beginning, and I still do, in seeing how architecture is really relegated to very few people. There is not clear understanding of what architecture can actually do for a society. And it's a city in which the architecture that we can consider innovative, and I'm not talking of high design or polished design, I'm talking about things that are designed thoughtfully with the users in mind, are a series of individual private properties. So the city ends up being this crazy collection of episodes. And there is not still a vision for the city as a living organism. And the code, in that sense, is becoming more and more clear to us as young practitioners in architecture's years. We are babies, even though the hair is gray already. But it's becoming clear that the code is not a tool that was designed with people in mind. It's designed with bureaucrats in mind. So it's our job to use design. And for me, design and code is the same thing. So this is why I see more similarities than differences, even if my practice is in Los Angeles and deals with slightly different day-to-day issues. But architecture, first and foremost, it is and should be a service for the users.
Mm-hmm. For us, it's a bit different because we normally work in the emergency, so we have the need for that housing or intervening in that place with very small frame of time, no? So the design sometimes is false. So the director of the urban planning in Madrid, when I arrived to the last project, each week appeared there to control and say, Santi, for what your plans? So we make plans, but we have 11 versions. So all is different. In the project before, the same. Appear the project there, and then it's here, and then it's two levels, and then because we need to reuse material because normally our budget is very small, so we never say we want to have a glass, yellow glass. No, it's a glass we have. It's black. Fuck you. So it's. And the question that how many people intervene in the works, when I disappear on my team, disappear a week, appear a new facade, what's that? No, because appear the people from Morocco and they decide to make it different, but it's okay, don't worry. So our design, we need to control because the last 10 projects aren't temporary, are permanent in the way that we use public money to make a public building for years and years and years. So now we have a PDF that I don't show, that appear all the plans, how it's changing. So at the end, when we finish the project, they demand us to make, okay, not only the pictures, until new plans, new facade, a new one. So we try to design, but we design with more people and many times it change, but it's okay.
I don't know, I would like to add one more thing about what because I feel that all of us deals with participation, right? And it is one of these arguments that in faculties of architecture is quite present. And in a sense, being in the field, you, as architects, you have this all the time will to be neutral. There is nothing that is neutral. When you come to the ground and you are actually creating a platform for participation, because matter of fact, architects create platform of participation, and then they would make a step back and says, you know, but I am only creating the structure of participation, and then why are we doing participation? Is it for us all to feel well, or is participation can work as a tool for negotiation of the transformation of reality? And in that sense, as an architect, you are obliged, because you go to a community and you feel a community is an entity. Community is not an entity. There is a lot of power structure in a community. We think we are going to work in a refugee camps, and because it is a poor place, because it is you think that a refugee camp is a refugee camp. But in the refugee camps, there are leaders, there are oppressed people, there are women that are demanding their rights, there are children that they need their space. And if as an architect you don't see participation as a tool to negotiate conflict, then I see a failure, a complete failure of an idea of participation. If there is any mean for participation today, it can be a very interesting tool to not to shy of conflict, because conflict is there. If you are in the ground, it's messiness. There is messiness everywhere. And it's not about us loving each other. It's about us deciding that it's time to transform the world. We are working on the ground, and we need to deal with this. And if we take the concept of participation in architecture, in that sense, I guess we have great potential, but we should not be shying from creating and navigating conflict. I guess this is what we sort of feel, I feel we share. There is a question there.
Thank you. Yep.
I have a question for Santiago. Yes. Maybe you've already mentioned this, but where do you get your budgets from for your projects?
Sometimes the groups, so the people who invite us, they look for money making parties or using a budget from the city for other things. The last time is because it's the city that they are demanding us, and they pay to be a social center. When we made the classroom, I show it, it was the director who take money for the day-by-day life of the school, never ask for more money for that process. Sometimes when you arrive to demand to make a school, it's happening in the dining room, where we appear say, okay, Santi, we love the project. The city in Sevilla say, we love the project, but we can't give money to build, because it's the regional government who must pay the new schools. But they say no. So I say, okay, if you feel that that project isn't only education, is a participation project, you should look for budget for the alderman of participation, not education. It's the question when we demand and we propose with people to make a project, not only ask for education, culture, green department, like in Antwerp, because that type of process have different levels. So for me, it's an important who pay to build. In the case of Sevilla, at the end, pay to build. One public school pay participation, because they recognize that to build with children, with women, with refugees, many people from the neighborhood, was a very good experience to explain participation. So they pay to build. It's very strange. Sometimes we use culture, and sometimes we are inside the art world. We met in Art Basel. Last year we were in Art Basel. It's crazy art meeting. And now we have a structure that appears in Madrid. We have 200,000 who pay art, and then we took all the material and say, bye-bye. And now all that material are in Sevilla. So it's the red structure. It's paid for Art Basel. Better know. For me, it's important. It's the day we have material in Granada or Madrid, so we move the material. Sometimes appear the city of Barcelona. They made the tricentenary, the 3rd century of Barcelona. It was 5 years ago. And they invited to Peter Cook, I know Crafton, Urbanus, El Stupid Willenburg and company, to make installation, beautiful installation, 500,000 each one. Very important architects. Then I took the public contract with Benedetta Tagliabue. You know Benedetta, was from Italy, very elegant woman, architects, and she was the foundation, Enrique Miralles Foundation, who moved all that process. But I checked the contract, and the city of Barcelona obligates, say to the foundation, say, okay, when you finish all the installation, you like garbage. So I make a new contract with Benedetta, and then I took nearly 1 million of euros in materials. And we decided to move in different schools in Catalonia, not in Barcelona. So the city from Barcelona called me, Santi, you are using material who pay Barcelona city to Tarragona, to Mataró. To digo, yes, we are making, yes. But you can't because it's money from Barcelona. Digo, fuck you. Because I have your contract and you say it was for garbage. So the next make better. So we are looking money for different ways. But sometimes, of course, we demand to the cities and to the government to pay, of course. But we are poor, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. We will have to put an end to this.
Yeah.
So it's time for lunch. It's, yeah, of course. And I think there is something served behind the screen for the students, at least. Sandwiches, maybe, yeah. And we will go and have lunch elsewhere. But we meet up here again at the 1 o'clock sharp. So please be here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, guys, good afternoon. Great to see you back in the chairs when we kick off the afternoon of this exciting day. Before we start, I just want to shortly mention that the DAR books just disappeared here, very popular, which we are, of course, very happy about. Now we launch a second book here in the afternoon. Our local hero, Ivo Valdeur, we had the pleasure of having Mr. Valdeur to join us here during the afternoon, and he will present his newly published book, which I highly recommend all of you to take a look at and check out in the break that follows these first two presentations or lectures here. So I give the word to Jesper again. Great to see you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, welcome back, all of you. The next speaker is Jelena Mijanovic, coming from Stockholm, an office. Oh, sorry. It was this side of the paper. You were shocked. I saw it, yeah. Still, we have another one for you. Professor Maroun El-Dakkash, coming from the Lebanese American University, Beirut, Lebanon. Maroun El-Dakkash is chair of the Department of Architecture and Interior Design at the Lebanese American University in Beirut. He also directs his own architectural practice. His research and built works have been published in several architecture magazines globally. Professor El-Dakkash has taught design studios at several universities in Lebanon and also at the University IUAV in Venice. Besides his various architectural publications and essays on the Mediterranean city, he has participated in several exhibitions, international and regional symposiums, and served as visiting critic in institutions in Europe and the Middle East. In 2018, his work Hommage à Beirut was exhibited at the Maxi Museum in Rome. So please welcome Professor Maroun El-Dakkash. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Well, my last lecture, it was in the Order of Architecture in Beirut, and I talked like 1 hour 45 minutes with my lecture. So when I received from my colleague 35 minutes should be my lecture, so I take the decision at least to write my introduction. So in this sense, so I will have time to present the projects. But first, I'm very delighted to be at Lund University, and I want to thank my colleague, Professor Per-Johan Dahl, and the Department and School of Architecture for the invitation. My intervention will be related to Beirut City. Beirut, City of Dialogue, the topic, and under topic it is homage to Beirut, because in the last like 15 years or 10 years, especially, I developed a lot of projects related to research projects with my students, and we'll see it here, and to my professional work in Beirut City. So in the end, last year when I was invited to Maxi Museum to present Beirut, I did this huge manifesto about Beirut, and it was under the title Homage to Beirut. But the reflection in the Mediterranean cities in general, and Beirut City in particular, will give us the opportunity to reflect once again on the role of the city as a space for social education, a space for culture, interpretation, a space for debate, exchange ideas, and finally a space for economic development. The city conceived as a whole of educational, economical, and functional structure for our society, provided to the project the certitude of proceeding for its form and function in an urban context. The history of the project is the history of the city. That means is the history of different forms of organizing the space. Today, the contemporary components of the city territory of Beirut are defined according to the demand of the global market and speculative situation, which structure and defined the territory. The historical center has become an urban scenography, a kind of nostalgia rather than civil institution, since the post-war reconstruction has transformed its initial role and function. The end of the relationship between typology and morphology indicates the loss of time in relation to place. Essentially, it is a failure of the city as an educational institution for social and communitarian values. In the post-war reconstruction, the collective memory which shares in the development of the city has been substituted by individual memories that control only the territory. There is no doubt that the territory where we live represents a radical challenge for any traditional form of communitarian life. In this sense, I think we have to investigate in relation to our city on the first on the historical side and their influence on the urban regeneration. Second, on the movement of the new generation and their influence on the transformation of spaces. Third, on the movement of the mass tourism and their impact on the city territory. And four, and eventually on the place as an insecure space for new ideas, for reflection, and for the new revolution. We have perhaps to think about our cities first as frame of reference for local contemporary production and intervention to produce projects from which we can bring again new ideas for contemporary urban transformation in order to build a new society, and only after that, second, as a structure for global function connection with the other Mediterranean city. For sure, we have to think about our new generation, because they are crucial, I think, for the development, for the strategy of the urban regeneration. We have to understand their movement in our society, their need, their thought, their ability to interpret the urban spaces and their vision of the city. I believe we have to regenerate projects that implore new urban spaces for social inclusion and create new workspaces for the new generation. That means we have to regenerate architecture that respect the right and the dignity of our citizens. In this sense, the contemporary intervention should meet the demand of the city and may represent criteria and program for our political class to inspire hope and aspiration for the new generation to leave the urbanity. That means to leave the civilization and the history of our society. Beirut consists of multiple autonomous urban structures that reflects the social and economic diversity and autonomy in the city. Regardless of the projects developed in the last 20 years after the Civil War, for public activities and governmental institutions, currently Beirut requires an accurate and specific interventions in some areas to accelerate their social and economic development. In this sense, our research focuses on the neglected areas in the development plan of the city that correspond to urban, social, and economic structure that are very complex in the precarious situation of Beirut. They are borderlines area, conceived as architecture of emergency and conflict that need to be reconsidered as an essential part of the development of a new urban strategy in Beirut city. The selected area that we will talk about it now are urban spaces that should be reconsidered as part of the city within the aim to reactivating the interrelationship between different social structures of Beirut in order to avoid the layout of ghetto in the urban development of the city. Therefore, the aim is to develop architectural projects that solicit new urban spaces for social inclusion, create new workspaces for the new generation, and provide activities for children, elder people. Beirut, as an exposed, dynamic, and democratic city, welcomes all refugees since 1923 until the last refugee from our neighbor, Syrian refugee. The image of Beirut apparently manifests itself through the evolution and uncontrollable fast construction in this city, when its real architecture is to be discovered in the hidden part of the city that represent its historical and social solution. This intervention describes its form of the present through 5 themes and 5 or 6 projects that we developed lightly for Beirut. The city of dialogue, this is our first theme. Second theme is city of suffering, so we address this through other projects. City shelter, city of memory, Beirut, and its angel. A part of these projects, like I said before, were developed in collaboration with my students for their final projects under the title of Architecture and Emergency in Beirut City, and other projects are related to my professional work that reflect also my academic research work. However, all projects investigate the relation between public and private sector where architecture could act in favor to the society and to the community. So I will go through, this is Beirut in it was after the reconstruction and Solidaire, because Solidaire was put for the reconstruction of the center of Beirut, and here after the government in 2004, it was the first exhibition to sell the new master plan to Beirut. So Beirut, it is a city, historically speaking. It is like derived from the Ottoman city. I will not go in details for the historical point of view of the city center, because this is another project, and I don't want to talk about it. But just to give you an idea, it was Beirut under the Ottoman period, and it was part of the Ottoman Empire situation. And here we can see Beirut, the transformation of the city center of Beirut that is under the French mandate. So they start working in 1923 in this transformation, and we can realize this transformation also in 1937, how the development of the city in relation to the medieval and Arab city. And here specifically we can see, for example, the French mandate intervention to reproduce the Place de l'Étoile, similar to the intervention of Haussmann intervention in Paris. So this is like the it's like another I think a period of colonialism. It was related also to the urban development of the city. In 1970, the city, well, it was very a small city, and it was this before the war, and we can see the whole development of, I think, related to the morphology and the typology of the city, especially the city center, that is the result of many, I think, colonial interpretation of culture. And here we can see also the Beirut of the city. It's part of the Lim Romain dans le dessert Syrie, at the time of the Roman period. And here especially Beirut also, it's part of this empire Ottoman period. In the end, this city center is, if we look at the typology and the morphology of the city center before the war, it was like the result of all these cultures. It's like we have the Ottoman souk, we have the intervention of the Place de l'Étoile, we have the two axes, Rue Alombi and Rue Weygand, and we have the government in the middle of the Place de l'Étoile. That is like to transform the city in democratic a place for a government institution. So, and this drawing, because it was like a response after 92, to understand really the complexity of the city center. So we made this in 92, this drawing to understand the complexity of this city center and how the whole structure from Roman, medieval, and a French mandate decide, I think, the structure of the city center. And as the result, our proposal, it was it was my idea. It's like to present to the government, because we saw at that point the project of Solidaire, and our answer to this, it was like really to answer with an open letter to our government with this project, to really to re-give to the city the most important structure and to rediscover its history through time and through the evolution of the morphology and the typology. And we decide, it's like our project, it was like an intellectual process of thinking. It's like to tell where should be, I think, the location of intervention. And this location of intervention should be related in the historical part of the city. So, but it was... here we can see the most important piazza before the war, Place des Martyrs, and during the war, Place des Martyrs, it was destroyed, and now, for example, the reconstruction after the war by Solidaire. So we can see, for example, the areas that was developed by Solidaire. It's a huge area in relation to the city center, and now it is under construction. And after 20 years of reconstruction in the city center, now we can realize that the city center, it's mostly empty from population. So, and through this image, we can see with the new infrastructure that was developed by our government to relay the whole area of Beirut between the airport and the city center with the infrastructure. This political decision, it was a real political decision to divide the two parts of the city. One part, it was the city center, and the other part, it was the other part of the city where we can find the critical zones that need to be developed. So even here we can see this separation. It's like this infrastructure made a clear separation in the city, and this is another view. And from the part of north also, because it was decided to have this extension of the city through the city center, from the city center to the north part. And here we can identify one of the projects along the Beirut city front. This project, it was designed and developed by Ricardo Bofill in 86, 87, and this now in 2004 we can see the extension of the city really from 1970, that it was very small city, and with all this infrastructure and intervention along the waterfront, we can see now the city can reach the second city in Lebanon, Jounieh city. So it's like the territory became a part of the city of Beirut. But along this introduction related to the evolution of the city, my main concern is not really the extension of the city. This is another discourse to talk about the territory, and but my main concern it was really to revisit the inside of the city with this critical and neglected part of the city. The green area, it was developed through the airport to reach directly the city, neglected the whole part in both areas between Palestinian camp, between Uzai area, between Hayy Sullum, and in relation also to the port and the extension of the port. 10 years ago, so we took the decision like to work again in this integration. It's like to reintegrate the city center and to become again part of the city, or the other part of the city to become part as connection between this all infrastructures that represent really as the diversity of the social and community level in Beirut city. And at that point, we decided to tell like a story about all this issue, and we discuss it through the Folie of Beirut, and we create a lot of projects. It was like 10, 11 projects, even more than, to redescribe this city along this issue. But after that, for the last 5 years, I was more interested in more much critical situation, and we discuss it's like to develop a pilot project for the municipality of Beirut to develop this critical areas, really suffering areas in Beirut city. One of them, it is the port and the city center of Beirut city, but we didn't work on this because for different issue. The second point, it was Uzai area near to the airport, because this area also need a lot. We have a refugee from the south of Lebanon. When in 82 Israel bombarded and invades the south of Lebanon, the people from the south of Lebanon go to Beirut and install in this area. We have the Burj al-Barajni camp, Palestinian camp, and we have Sabra Shetila camp, and we have Hayy Sullum. It's like also another group of people who were also from the south of Lebanon. So in this sense, homage of Beirut talk about now about this five projects. It's like 5 points that we address through this research projects. The idea it was really to rediscover with this huge manifesto that was exposed in Maxi Museum, to rediscover the city of Beirut through this topic. Could be related to projects that we decide to work on it, but could be also related to other projects that need really to be readdressed again. And this, it was the manifesto that was exposed related to this 5 themes topic. And the first one is the city of dialogue. So the city of dialogue, it is related to the Palestinian refugee camp of Burj al-Barajni area, erected in 1950, correspond like to a very unique structure that was evolved really according to the everyday need of its community through a vernacular adaptation to political and social constraint. The mechanism of this Palestinian camp, it is related to this daily life condition, and it is the result of really, in the end, because after our work and after our research and after our typological and morphological research, we understand even in this camp, the camp have its autonomous autonomy, and it is related to the infrastructure between hierarchy between public, private, and semi-public spaces. And we can notice from this drawing, for example, the red area, they are mostly the small piazzas where the whole people act inside the camp. And here we identify this, we made like a catalog. I will not go through this all this catalog, but some of, for example, the intersections between 2 or 3 buildings became like an active space and space for public activity in the camp. It's like the camp also, inside the camp, it's like you have several communities, they are work together. It's like one community, the other community, the third community. And here we really discover this kind of typology. Our intention is really to understand, before to interfere, the typology of this issue. And here we have another typology of public spaces. And here, for example, we identify the different type of infrastructure that interfere, intersect, and act as public space in the camp of Burj al-Barajni. And this, I think, because in the mind of the community, they had in their mind their original village, and they built, I think, their camp having in mind, in their memory and their history, the original, I think, infrastructure or public spaces for their village. And here, for example, we can see the relation between public spaces, typology of buildings, and private and semi-private and public spaces. And some of these terraces, for example, between buildings, became like after study work for child activity. It's like a group of persons, they are there to study after school. So And here we can identify the whole infrastructure, put it together to understand the landmark also, not only, it's like the souk, for example. The souk of Burj Al Barajni is very active, and the cost, for example, in the souk is less than 30-40% from outside the souk. For example, if you go there to have, I don't know, like orange, you can buy it for $1 a kilo, and outside you will pay $2. So our intention also here, it's like to extend this souk to the community of Beirut, in the sense like to reactivate the economy of the souk of Burj Al Barajni. And here, through all this analysis, we want through the extension of the camp and which part really want to be reactivated. So, in our intention here, for example, this corridor, this urban corridor that exists in the camp, it's became in our intention or in our project like an extension to the camp. Or to cut this barrier between the camp and the Beirutean society. And our project here is the result of all this kind of urban element that we discover in the camp and became our intention in the design strategy. And here we can see, for example, the red line, it is the extension of the souk from inside to outside, where we start to build our group of unit, residential unit, and extension of the souk to be integrated on. And here we put the strategy of evolution between the unit of housing that could be evolved depending on the family number of child and copy. And we can see, for example, the idea, because at the ground level, we cannot really react with the all 5 minutes? Oh la la. Oh, I'm still in point 1. Okay, 6. Oh, wow. Okay, so I have to go fast. Wow, 5 minutes. Oh la la. Okay. Well, and we go also through this roof to reconnect the whole rooftop that became part of these public spaces. And we can see here some of the images that where we transfer the housing, the roof of the housing in the public space to reconnect also with the city. But I will not go in details because I still have 5 minutes and I have to talk about 5 projects. This is the second one. No, because for me it was more interesting to go through the design strategy because it is related or to understand this really this project. So the second one is the city of suffering. The project tells the history and the grief of Sabra Shatila camp through interventions that will give its resident hope to participate in the evolution of the city and to communicate with the society. And here we provide, in this project that you can see, we provide like a community hub that include not culture center, it's culture study, for research and a small hospital and a small school for the high school because it was missing. And here also with our work, there is, because here, for example, the study, because there is a big difference, not big difference, but there is a difference between the two camps because they are from different village. They come from different villages. So the study here, we realize we have different elements that are the urban network in the city. They are related to the urban network of the city. I will not go in details because, but just to show you. And for example, the public space here, it's more evident. It's like for manifestation more than the other. And here we identify other type of infrastructures. And it was the process of how to reconnect the projects with the element that, the urban element that we identify in the Sabra Shatila camp. And from this kind of process, we start working on the development of the projects. And this drawing shows the complexity, I think, for the infrastructure in relation to the typology, to all public activities that exist in the camp. And this is the projects. And inside the camp also, because we create this like community hubs, very small, for exchange and for interaction between the Beirutean community and Palestinian community. And it was the final project. The third point, this is a built project. I still have 1 minute, no? Yes, I have to close. So I can close with this one. Okay, so city shelter. So the city shelter, it is a project that it was built in 2006, 2010, and it is a shelter project for missionaries that come with this idea. It's like to provide a prototype projects along Beirut to for shelter people, for young people or for elder people and for young people. And the idea, it was really to integrate these projects inside the society and to become a part of transition space between the different part of his location. And the projects, it is conceived about this open spaces, piazzas that are connected to the urban community, and piazzas, inside piazzas open to the people, for the community who live there. And here we can see this continuity between the urban network that became a part of the project. So this is the plan of the projects, Mission de Vie, and we can see, for example, this continuity between interior and exterior. This project, it was with low budget projects, so it is located in this area near to Beirut. It's part of Beirut, but outside the urban context. And from here we can see, for example, this first piazza with the elevation and the colors, because it is concrete projects. The color, it's like coding color for the people who live there. It's become a reference for this community who live there. And this is the piazza of peace for meditation that we create for the whole people who live there and for the community who live from outside. And here, the definition of the elevation as part of this panorama. Our reference are related to existing building from 18th century, and we can see this open piazza also through the extension to the territory with the landscape and all this issue. And yes, the inside, yes, I have to conclude, no? So if you give me 2 minutes, I can go through, no. Well, okay, fine. But I can, okay, this is the, I have, but even the corridor and all these issues, they are a beautiful project. Sorry. But fine.
Maybe we could continue later in the afternoon.
Oh, can I come?
You can. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, I said, no, I talk
So
about...
now back to the real schedule and Jelena. And now Jelena is over there. Okay, yeah. Jelena Mijanovic. Jelena Mijanovic is an architect working at Co-Design as part of the management. She is the founder and head of the Co-Design Research Studio, an independent, non-profit research studio that investigates the architectural implications of current politics. Jelena also holds a position as a lecturer at the KTH School of Architecture. She has previously been a critic and teacher at Pratt Institute, Parsons School of Design, and Columbia University School of Architecture in New York. Her work and teaching focuses on the relationship between socio-political and spatial exclusion in our society today. So please welcome Jelena Mijanovic.
I forgot them. Somewhere in time, you're laying on the roof of your house, watching the stars blinking in the sky. You smell the smell of orange trees. You hear cicadas chirping in the bushes. You feel the wind passing through the trees, and you know the summer has been too warm. A louder noise from far swallows the wind around your ears. The sky lights up in colors. For a second, it seems like the sun has risen to meet another day. But the ground starts shaking. A storm of dust rises from the horizon, and you know you got to run for your life. You start to collect precious objects from your house. You don't know if you'll ever be able to return home again. You try to squeeze every single object into your memory. But all you can think of is the orange you have in your hand. What more can you bring? The moving view from the window turns blurry. All you can see are fragments from the side of the road. A crushed can of soda, a plastic bag, a pile of rocks. It seems to be an endless path. Eventually, the view turns into silent darkness. Your mind starts spinning. Past memories appear within. Then the memories start spinning until all the fragments fly away, except loneliness, eventually hunger and thirst. You don't know where to go. The only thing and the only light that is shining would be your direction. You wake up months later from what has seemed to be a nightmare. But you're in a strange new land where nothing is familiar to you anymore. People pass on the streets so quickly, since you know they all have a destination. You try to remind yourself you're still curious about tomorrow. You're given a box filled with objects. It covers your most basic needs: a toothbrush, a bed, a blanket, and a pillow. You think you might be able to call this home again. There are voices encouraging you to make the most out of your time, but you know that nothing is for certain. You start to realize that your life seems to be measured with different needs here. Everything has thoughtfully been considered into the last detail. Yet your heart is longing for a different kind of comfort. A comfort which indicates a home, a true belonging. As time goes by, you find yourself endlessly staring out of the window of the box. Seasons change in its own pace, where every second is shorter than the last. Somewhere in time, days have become pale, undefined, and forgotten. You start to think of all those warm summer nights on the roof of your house. The memories seem to fade away. But you still hear the sound of trees slowly rocking back and forth. You still feel the wind blowing through your hair, until your eyes feel heavy and the mind floats away. The story which I just told you is a testimony from just one of many told by an asylum seeker, telling the hardships and experiences in the first meeting with a new country. This story was read in a Pecha Kucha session and presentation at the Stockholm Design Week at an event held by Svensk Forum. So, let's start with the hard and raw data. During 2014 and 15, we analyzed the asylum living and housing situation in Sweden. As one exercise out of many, we did just a simple word count, comparing the minimum public procurement requirements for housing. So we compared housing for elderly people, housing for adults with special needs, housing for children with special needs, and asylum housing provided by the Migrations Authority. It's pretty small here, but it starts with dignity at the top. Then we have needs, safety, wishes, home-like, and ability. As you can guess, on the right-hand side, we have the counts, word counts for asylum housing. Also, in the requirement specification for housing establishments, the use of words referring to the individual are significantly fewer for the asylum housing residents than that for residents of retirement homes and LSS homes. And you can see, or maybe you can't, it's pretty small, but the red bar where it says 0, that's for asylum housing. Then we also compare the spatial descriptions of asylum housing and housing for the elderly. So at the top, you have asylum housing description for the spatial qualities, and then the lower bar is housing for elderly people. So I'm just going to read the top content and compare it to the one below. So this is what it says. The establishment should provide adequate protection against heat, cold, moisture, noise, radon, air pollution, and other similar disturbances. Access to running water in a required amount and of acceptable quality for drinking, cooking, personal hygiene, and other household purposes. Sufficient daylight. In the bottom box for housing for elderly people, it says, a good home-like environment. Our work resulted in a report, an article in Arkitekten, and a workshop with the Migration Board and the Swedish National Board of Housing, Building and Planning. And I just have to say that we were the only architects among 15 teams attending the workshop discussing the future of refugees and asylum situation in Sweden. So, who are we? We're called Co-Design Research Studio. We're a very young studio. We are now 4.5 years old, started in 2014. So we're independent, and as you said, we're non-profit, and we investigate the architectural implications of today's politics. So with our professional architectural tools and methods, we use architecture as evidence, identifying conflicts or misunderstandings between users of space and decision makers. By visualizing the problem in 2 and 3 dimensions, through, again, our tools, our professional tools, drawings, models, spaces, etc., we create a platform for discussion with the aim of finding solutions that would bring the 2 groups closer to each other. So in that sense, we, Co-Design Research Studio, act as a mediator or link between users and decision makers. So these are some of the questions that we raise in our daily work. Spatial responsibilities, what are the roles and responsibilities of an architect? Where and how could our professional skills make a difference? As a super small studio, also very young, as I just mentioned, with limited economic means, our strategy is to find big and well-known allies. This is probably the biggest one. Another key component, when being as small as we are, is communication. The research means nothing, really nothing, if it is not communicated through the right platforms so that the information reaches the right people. We're built upon a 1-year program where we take in a new group of researchers on September 1st. And our work is really built on the amazing energy and involvement of these people working in the studio. So the first 3 years of our existence, our focus was on refugees. And currently, starting 2017, our new focus are children. And in this year's team, we have Hanna Ivansson, Daniela Ricci Sacciatelli, and Rose Ann Hallegren. So I'm going to show a few examples of our work. This one is about the borders of Europe. And the research during the project Body and Border is based on using digital 2- and 3-dimensional mapping of a political state. The method visualizes and creates alternative understandings of our society. Another way of describing our work is critical cartography. So what we did is that we studied and documented the border barriers that have been built between 2000 and 2015 in Europe, and created a digital 3D library of Europe's border typologies. Really exciting. The studies acted as a basis for an exhibition where we related the border architecture to the human body. Our research questions the purpose and consequences of the border constructions in Europe through investigating their physical manifestation and the context they're in. We used architectural tools and methods such as on-site visits, drawings and models, as well as collecting hard and soft data to understand and document the border barriers. But as I said, most importantly, we studied the constructions in relation to the human body. This image shows an exploded view of a border barrier structure that was studied at the site visit at the border between Serbia and Hungary. We viewed the borders through an architect's lens, deconstructed them into lines, drawings, components, and compositions. We identified different border typologies and documented the complementary surveillance systems. The physical border systems are monitored by surveillance systems detecting sound, smell, movement, heat, mobile signals, pulse, and vibrations. It's super complex. The borders are also patrolled by border guards, armed police, and riot police. This slide shows an example of our geometric studies. Here you can see a projection of the concertina wire. This is a full-scale model on the lower picture of the same concertina wire in a study on how the body interacts with the structure when moving through it. This is a specific fence that was built in the Spanish enclaves in North Africa and fully covers the 8 to 11 kilometers border on land. It has evolved in several stages, and this is typical for the border situations throughout Europe, into the current structure of 3 layers of fences. And the purpose of the border barrier seems to be to distance oneself, or in this case, the government of the country, from responsibility. This is showing how it grew. Here it's 6 meters tall. And if you look at this border situation, it has several layers and a very, very complex system of wires. Låter det konstigt? Nej. System of wires where if one person kind of steps on a wire, another person further away is affected. So someone has really thought this through on a very, very large detail level. This is a detail of an anti-climb fence. It's designed so that you perfectly cannot put your fingers in or your hand. This is a detail of a barbed wire. This is the concertina wire close-up. And this is a graphic layering of the same border situation. So the distancing and dehumanizing can be seen in the historical context of this type of architecture. In the fences and barbed tape that has its origin in holding cattle, then used against people in war, later prisons and concentration camps. Our research resulted in an exhibition, as I said in the beginning, that traveled in Europe. It has been exhibited in Stockholm, Brussels, Belgrade in Serbia, as well as Timisoara in Romania. And by exposing the visitor and their bodies to the full-scale drawings, another understanding is achieved. It is direct and instant. The effect that the border architecture has on the human body and mind does not need further explanation. So what we saw in our research is that the strength of the border construction doesn't really reduce the pressure or flow of people. It just creates alternative routes. And these new routes result in new barriers or new ways of controlling the borders. So we put together statistics, most of it's from Europol, and found the total cost of the fortifications, also the maintenance and surveillance of the border. And added to that the cost that refugees have to pay traffickers to get through the border. And we wonder, what could have been differently, and what can we do in the future? So now we jump to Venice. The Biennale 2016, as you know, it was with the theme, Reporting from the Front. And the theme felt perfect for what we had in mind, but we were not invited, and we're not able to even get tickets to the opening event. So we found our way in by arriving through water. We had a plan. The plan was to execute an action that we called Include Me. We created 1,255 scale figures that represented the 1,255,000 refugees that sought asylum in Europe during 2015. Each one had a unique handwritten number with instructions. The Biennale visitors were asked to place them in a project, to find a place where they could belong. The instructions were then to take a photo of the figure in their new context and upload it on Instagram or Twitter. This is a figure in Arvena's own installation in the main pavilion. The event lasted for 2 days, and soon the models, the scale figures, filled Giardini, and the refugees became an integral part of the Biennale. I'll quickly just run through some examples because there were amazing images at Instagram. And, oh, well, people really kind of took care of these small people and found beautiful positions for them. Okay, that brings me to the next project that's called No Way. This is an image that most of us recognizes. We know that more than 60 million people are displaced in the world today, not having a home of their own. 22 million people are refugees, people fleeing conflict or persecution. 3.2 million people seek asylum in the world. 1.3 million people seek refuge in Europe. And in 2015, 162,000 were seeking refuge in Sweden. This is when the situation was labeled a crisis. But what we don't know much about is what these red lines, I don't know if you can see them, what they actually mean. And as architects, we have a particular interest in understanding the line, the drawings being the basic element of an architect's communication. The line, in this case, is all but straight. It is time extruding into 1 hour, 1 day, and 1 week. The tallest line here representing 1 week. The line also represents a series of spatial typologies for different processes that we identified in the interviews. Assembly, detention, hideout, meeting point, pause, and transport. So if you would compare our journey, our line, meaning people with visa, with the journey of a refugee, there is a difference in cost. A flight with visa from Turkey to Europe, for instance, costs about 200 euro, whilst the average cost for a refugee to reach their final destination, Europe, is 8,000 euro. Our journey is also much shorter. In this case, it's 45 times shorter. And in this particular interview case, it took this person 22.5 days, which might not sound like an immense amount of time, but the issue is that you don't know how long it's going to take. And it's this uncertainty that is hard. The refugee journey is also 9,833 times more dangerous, as 1 out of 478 refugees taking the Eastern Mediterranean route did not reach their destination. This is data from 2015. And as architects, our focus lies in investigating the spaces along the journey. So this section compares the spaces of our journey with that of a refugee. And these are 2 more interviews that we had that represent the spatial kind of sections, sequences that they had to go through. We also made in-depth studies of different specific spatial situations with focus on their impact on the human body. The zoom in is about the human body's need of oxygen. The interviewee went from Turkey to Greece in a truck with another 100 people. The trip was 10 hours long. The truck's total amount of air was 70 cubic meters, which means about 0.7 cubic meters of air per person. The oxygen level of the air constantly drops, and after 90 minutes, in this particular situation, the oxygen level starts running low. This accelerates if people get anxious because you breathe more deeply. This truck stopped every 2 hours to let new air in, so they were all right in this case. But you know that there were cases where they did not stop frequently enough. Our work was translated into an audio walk around the Cultural Institute in Stockholm during Culture Night. The talk was 30 minutes and 600 meters long. Every visitor got a pair of headphones, a radio receiver, and was escorted by a guide who read stories from our interviews describing different spatial situations. On 4 out of these different spots, we made full-scale drawings on the ground. The drawings were made from laser-cut templates and sprayed onto the pavement. And here are a few pictures from the making. We also collaborated with NICE, which is newly arrived architects in Sweden, throughout the whole project, and they also helped us execute the making of the drawings. We had a police permit for the drawings and were allowed to keep them for about 2 weeks before we had to clean them away. During this time, we had guided walks for school classes and for the public. In total, we had 15 walks and about 400 visitors. So why did we do this project? What was the aim of Norway? And as architects, we do not want to make the spaces that we have identified better. We actually want to eliminate them. So we want to eliminate the spaces that are harmful to the human body and the mind. We are aware of the fact that the elimination of these spaces might not lie in our profession, and that we need to collaborate with other fields. Our task as architects is to raise the question of the validity of these spaces. So looking at this diagram, it goes from 2013 to 2017 on your right-hand side. You can see that the spatial and juridical barriers add up with time. It becomes thicker on your right-hand side. Less refugees are getting into Europe. But as the routes are more dangerous, more people also die. Okay, so last year our focus shifted, and now we're working with children. So we started a new 3-year period, and we focus on children and their spatial rights. I don't know if you know, but the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child will be inscribed in Swedish law on January 20th, 2020. So in that sense, it's a burning question. How will the law affect children's rights to be included in the process of defining the spaces they occupy? The convention consists of 54 articles and 3 protocols. There is also an observation organ, and this is one observation report that was sent to the Swedish government by the Committee on the Rights of the Child in 2015. This one affected us particularly, and we thought it was really important to investigate. Could it be true that we, in Sweden, hold children in solitary confinement, that we strap and belt them today? So we went out to research what children were held in detention. And we found out that there are these 4 groups: children that have committed a crime, children that are suspected of having committed a crime, children applying for asylum, and children with mental illness and psychological disorders. And where could we find the places that these children were spending their time in? And it's SIS youth homes, that's the National Board of Institutional Care. It's custody, it's compulsory psychiatric care, migration agency detention centers, and arrest. Very soon, we realized that these spaces were extremely difficult to access. It was very hard to find even information about them. But the obstacles that we met on the way made us even more sure that we had to find, communicate, and highlight the environments where architecture is used as a tool to detain children. This is how our project, Hidden Space, started. Data that we managed to collect show that 4,456 children were held in detention during 2017 in Sweden. And pretty soon we decided that the best approach to the situation was to work directly with the children and empower them through sharing our professional knowledge and include them in the design process from the beginning to the end. We concluded also that the best way to get access to the children and their spaces was through collaboration. Our strategy was to contact the institutions and offer them our architectural services for free. After several weeks and loads of phone calls, we got positive answers from SIS Bärby in Uppsala and also BUP Akutenhet in Stockholm, and we contacted all the institutions. We decided to collaborate with SIS Bärby and ended up developing an educational program for the youth that can be shared and spread to all the SIS institutions in Sweden. We also designed and built an interior in one of the abandoned houses in the institutional area, and this was done together with the youth that were living there. And the idea was that this should be a showcase, because a lot of the SIS institutional housing has these empty, has a lot of these empty houses, so this is something that could be multiplied. This year, we zoomed out to the urban city scale. Despite finding research and state formulations and methodologies that extend all the way back to the 1970s about how children's perspectives should be included in social development, Sweden still has no overall method and inclusion culture that actively enables constructive engagement of children in decisions about urban planning and design. We're running two parallel projects. One is called Barnevalen, and it gathers national initiatives that work with children and their rights to be involved in the process of decision-making at an urban scale. The initiatives are collected and will be put into a report, and that report will be delivered to the government on the 20th of January 2020 in a carnival that will run through the city of Stockholm. If you are interested and want to read more about that initiative, you can go into barnevalen.nu. The second project is a collaborative project with children from Europaskolan, Europe School, and Stockholm City. We're developing a workshop series together with the children based on their own needs and not what we as adults think that their needs are. In the 12th article of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the children's right to be heard is described in all questions that concern them. But we rarely let children's views and insights get real influence. And this is largely due to lack of laws that defend children's rights to express their opinions and insights in urban development. This limits our children's physical and mental development. It inhibits their interest in politics and social processes and reduces the possibility of building more sustainable cities. Professor Peter Levine argues that citizen engagement does not occur by itself, but must be thought. Participation in urban development prepares children for active citizenship. If children are included, educated, and taken seriously, civic engagement and responsibility can be established as something natural and obvious. If we allow children to participate in the design of their surroundings, their right to and insight into the condition of the urban environment is also promoted and also creates a better decision-making base. If the children are recognized as citizens in their own context, democracy is enabled and expanded. So let's start now. Placemaking is the participatory act of imagining and creating places together with other people. It cultivates hope and possibility. On that note, I will end my lecture with images from our kickoff session, which you can see here, as well as a short film clip from our balloon activism on Parking Day. How do I turn this on? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jelena. Now we have a 20 minutes break for coffee. I think there might be some coffee back there. Or, yeah, I think. So in 20 minutes to 3, we gather here again for the last 2 lectures. Thank you.
I hope the coffee is as good as it looks like. Hello. Time to slowly but surely move back towards the chairs. Thanks.
So, refreshed by the coffee and maybe by the cookies, we continue this journey. And the next to enter the stage is Tobias Olsson, which is the CEO for Sveriges Arkitekter, Architects Sweden, Stockholm, Sweden. Tobias Olsson is deeply engaged and active in politics regarding to architecture, housing and planning of the built environment here in Sweden. Before taking on the position as CEO for Architects Sweden, Tobias Olsson was a strategist at the Stockholm County Administrative Board and CEO at JagVillHaBostad.nu. All the students know what that is. He is also, or has been, a board member of Svenska Bostäder. Maybe has been. Yeah, so please welcome Tobias Olsson.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to be here. Oh yeah, so it's two different screens. All right, good. So nice to be here. I have a background in the Green Party in Sweden. That's why I had this. That, as you mentioned, in Svenska Bostäder, for instance. So Sveriges Arkitekter is the professional organization for all architects, landscape architects, interior architects, and planning architects in Sweden, and we're also the union. And we have about 13,700 members, or about 90% of all architects are members of our organization. And we also have a quite wide agenda from counseling and supporting you in your role as an architect, if you're a student or if you're looking for a job, if you're a boss, if you're employed, if you have your own company, and so on. And we also do some architectural competitions. We're working a lot with public procurement. We also have a lot of CPD training or courses for you as an architect, and we also have a thing like an architecture gala, which we had last night, all day and all night. So if my voice sounds a bit torn, it's because I was home about 2 a.m. and then I was on my bike again a little bit after 6 a.m. to be here. So it was it was a fun night, but it was also, I'm a bit tired. So I'm going to talk about architecture and politics more in a popular version, or almost populistic version. I started to work with lobbying, or with architecture and politics, about 6 years ago. I'm not an architect myself. I have my background in human geography and political science. But I'm really just a lobbyist. That's what I do at work. And I've been lecturing a lot about architecture and politics, maybe around 120 or 140 lectures or so, mostly for non-architects, for politicians or for clients or for a broader audience. And I try to use the same slides in the beginning, just to give a notion of how I talk about it when I talk to non-architect in a academic setting, so to speak. So the political power has, of course, always manifested itself through architecture, through the built environment. As you know, the Champs-Élysées in Paris, demonstrating power, of course, but also it's not only about demonstrating, also quite smart how all the alleys, as you know, are really small, so that it's easy for the political power to also control the whole street and to avoid riots and so on. It's a talking example of how the political power manifests itself through architecture. Of course, we don't have to mention like Albert Speer and Hitler and all of this, but it's also been, of course, a theme for the politics of culture for a long time. How culture has always been used to as a tool for shifting values over time. This is, you know, the Cultural Palace in Warsaw. It was a gift from Russia to the Polish people, although they had to construct it themselves and pay for it themselves. And nothing in the city of Warsaw could be higher than the Palace of Culture. So, I mean, it's a great manifestation of Russian power in the capital of another country. You just have to look at it. You can't really avoid it. It's from the 50s. Yeah. A lot of things have happened since then, of course, and this, I think, is a iconic and good example of what you could call like the Richard Florida era of architectural politics, like how you want to manifest something in a different way. This is the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, as you might know, of course. And there was a lot of talk about every city wanted to have their own icon like this because they all wanted to have the Bilbao effect, which I talked about. But the actual Bilbao effect, it wasn't so much the building as it was hundreds and massive investments in the infrastructure and job opportunities for like a period of 20 years. But this was a building that was like an icon for all that work. So people actually thought it was all we had to do is invite Frank Gehry and then unemployment would go down. And nothing of this is, of course, architectural policy that I just showed you. It's just how it's related or how it manifests itself. But this, I think, is an example of our architecture policy. This is Amsterdam, as you might see. Because for me, architectural policy is about how political decisions that are being made affects the conditions for the built environment in one way or the other. And the reason why the architecture in Amsterdam looks like this, and this is not completely true, I know, but it makes a good point, and it's the lobbyist in me tend to use it. But for building these canals, it was quite expensive. So how are you going to pay for it? Well, if you put up a building, you have to pay taxes. And how are we going to taxate an expensive canal? Well, of course, it's how many meters of the facade or the building facing the canal, which is expensive. So you tend to make the houses as narrow as possible. And if you're going to have them narrow, you also have to have them deep instead. And if you have them deep, then you have to have light. And how do you get light? Well, you have to have high stories and bigger windows. And all of a sudden, a new like architectural design is invented because of a political decision of taxation and not really because, oh, this looks nice. And then they were too narrow to actually put things into them. So that's where you start with all these winches up on the highest floor, which, yeah, and so on. There's also a lot of rules and regulations determining actually the conditions of architecture for the built environment. This is an example of a building. It's not been realized, but it's on a very complicated plot in Stockholm. There's a lot of restrictions on this plot. For example, it's a road for transporting dangerous goods, so things will have to be able to explode and not affect a building. And you see the arch, it's like the 25 meters or how many meters it is, like a radius of the explosive radius of, yeah. So it was like an emergency and risk control center, like a dispatch center, who wanted to build this in order to have a dispatch and communicate about all the risks in society. And ironically enough, it was deemed too dangerous of a plot to build on, so they couldn't in the end. But it was an architecture that responded totally to pollution, to risks, and so on, and it looks like that. Yeah, so most of all, I would say that architecture policy is about the profound understanding that good architecture doesn't just happen, of course, and the aim of helping it along on the way as good as you can. For a long time, I'm afraid in Sweden, and I'm sure in other countries, there haven't really been a politics for sustainability or for quality or for the long haul. It's been a short-term economy that's been ruling for quite some time, and the politics hasn't caught up in how to regulate the short-term economy and steer them against quality. In Sweden, we have a long history of the political power being visible in our architecture and our built environment. This is a classic example of how the Social Democrats, who were in power for a very long time, well, they are still today, but they were for a long time during the 30s and onwards. And it's a classic example of social democratic redistribution politics. Equality is very important. Everybody should have a good place to live, and it's the same for all, so to speak, but still high quality. And also our prime minister actually lived in one of these houses for quite a long time, although he lived in they all looked the same, but he had a special version, so he actually had like two houses, but it looked like he only had one, but he had two, which is also like, that's how it is. And his heritage in Sweden during the welfare years, it peaked, I would say, in the Pillion dwelling program. It was to build, well, during 1965 and 1975, the government managed to build, as you know, 1 million dwellings or 100,000 dwellings per year, which was a huge undertaking at that time. And this was the peak. And in this transition also, I would say that there was also a shift from architects or architecture to entrepreneurs and to building, to do it more rational, to get an efficiency, to cut costs and so on. And we're still kind of trapped in that shift where entrepreneurs and not the real clients have a great amount of power, and they still have. And this is an example of how it can look today. It's very far from this. Have you seen this project before? Or this? There are several of them because it's like a system that how do you explain? This is so much harder to do in English, you know. When you're used to doing this in Swedish, and then you have to, like, what's that word? But in Sweden, we never had a social housing, had a public housing scheme, meaning that the housing sector was for all categories of income. There was no long story and difficult in English, but his is actually from the National Organization for all the public housing companies owned by the municipalities, who had a proud history of delivering high-quality housing for the average Joe, so to speak, for a long time. Somewhere along the line, they lost their track and became all focused on economy and rational building systems. And his is a house that they called Kombohus, which is supposed to be in every city in Sweden because it's super easy and it's super efficient and it's super cheap, but it doesn't really answer to any of the requirements that you want from a good quality housing. There's not even as you see, it's completely dead. It has no parking. It's a very strange house, but it's like the forefront of the public housing companies right now, and that's kind of depressing. And we also have the same situation, I would say, for another example, for schools. It had, of course, a long, proud history of building schools as something very important part of the society and of the city. Nowadays, we have a quite liberal, not a quite liberal, we have a liberal school market in Sweden, and approximately we have 500 clients or 500 organizations or companies who are running a school. And if we have 500 clients or bodies running a school, we also have 500 clients wanting to build a school or to renovate or rebuild a school. It didn't used to be like this. And some of them are in for the long haul, and we have a lot of amazing schools being built in Sweden, but a lot of them are also in for a short term of 5 years or so. And a lot of schools are really missing its potential. So good architecture, it requires a lot more than good architects, of course. And here's also where politics plays a role, because you need a good client, you need a good procurement, you need a legislation that understands the conditions, or that a legislation that makes it easier to promote quality in the built environment. You also need an economy for it, that it's not as short-term perhaps as it is today, but you also need a proper budget for all individual project, which of course is the same thing as having a long-term investment in what you're building. And of course, both local and national politics. Good architecture always starts with a good procurement. Like our architectural awards that my organization are handing out each year, the award goes to the client and to the architects, because it's impossible to do a good object if you don't have a good client. It's impossible. We started his lobby trailing. His lobbying about 6 years ago, had an article in the biggest newspaper in Sweden, with the title that the government's building politics is making Sweden uglier. And it wasn't us who actually suggested the rubrik. The title of the article, but it makes sense. So he started back then because we had a long history of politics just ignoring this fact, and we got a debate going. And his is the former Ministry of Culture actually started together with the Ministry of Housing she started a committee to form a new politics a couple of years later. And the guy elected to lead this committee was Christer Larsson, who's head of, what's his title in English? head of city planning in Malmö. And he worked with this for a couple of years, and I think it's funny that the Minister of Culture also has a book, and it says, "What is architecture?" ? It's really, it has so, yeah, I can tell so many stories about that. Actually, the former Minister of Culture is nowadays quite active in a group in social media called Arkitekturupproret, which is like a kind of a right-wing populistic group of people blaming architecture for the architects for the lack of quality, completely ignoring the conditions that good architecture has to have, and completely forgetting about the client. So that's quite upsetting. But anyway, election time, a new Minister of Culture, Alice Bah Kuhnke, Christer Larsson's committee had a new proposition. It's called Gestaltad livsmiljö. It's the white one, and it's 20 years apart from our other architectural policy called Framtidsformer. 20 years and a huge difference between them. If the first one was mainly focused on, objects or produce, the new one has a focus on the process of getting there. And if Framtidsformer, the old one, it was more of a cultural affair or a politics. It was all about culture. The second one is all about the industry. And if the old one was about communication, the new one is about Agenda 2030. So it's a huge difference between these two documents in only 20 years' time. And another thing happened fast, like this is the second time that the Prime Minister is on the slide. But he talked about architecture when he presented his new government in Parliament, which was the first time ever, and how architecture was an important tool of reaching sustainability and so on. And I think that's also a huge shift between these two, that is, architecture is in the new one are looked upon from the politicians as a tool, and that's good and bad. But it's like you use architecture to create something else. It's like in the first one, good architecture was the main objective. In the other one, it's like, well, the good architecture is mean of achieving integration and sustainability and so on. So that's a much harder task. The architecture should do so much nowadays, but it's of course very nice that architecture is seen as very relevant to achieve like the global goals and so on. So it's not like it's looked upon as very important, although the task for architecture is perhaps a bit overwhelming, so to speak. Anyway, new government, as I said, we had 3 ministers. It's the Minister of Housing, the Minister of Environment and Urban Development, and then the Minister of Culture. They loved each other, and they called themselves the Green Urban Development Trio or something like that, and they had a lot of fun. They always met together. They all had a lot of energy, and we're doing so much good. Always on Instagram. So it was a big thing, like this new politics. But then it was, I mean, it's good, but it's not that good. The government laid forward a proposition. It was voted upon in Parliament, which also is different if you compare it to most European architectural policies, are a document produced by the government, decided by the government. This time they wanted to lift it up to the Parliament to make the goals of the new architecture more firm, or to be more durable over time. It doesn't matter if there is a new government tomorrow, the goals still stand because it's voted upon in Parliament, so it's much stronger in that sense. I'll get to that. It looks like this. I have a couple over there on the table in English and Swedish if you want to have them. And it's this is actually the goal, and it's or the objective, and it's really interested. I think you can read it yourself, or is it too small? I can read it. The government bill takes an integrated approach to the work on the design living environment, while also providing a comprehensive national architectural policy. So it's both a policy for the greater theme of the design living environment, which include architecture and design and on all scales, basically. And the aim is to make the very most of what architecture and design can bring to the development of society for the benefit and enjoyment of all. And this is important for social progress and requires increased awareness and clear ambition on the part of all decision makers. That's like the start of the politics. And the national objective is that architecture and design will help to create a sustainable, equitable and less segregated society with carefully designed living environments in which everyone is well placed to influence the development of the shared environment. And this will, So I mean, it's somewhat ambitious, but it's somewhat unfair, I say, in some sense, to architecture. But we like it. And the way of ensuring this is through that sustainability and quality are not made subservient to short-term financial considerations. And this is also super ambitious. It actually says that like short-term economy can't be in the way for achieving quality. That's not really happening today, but it's still a great ambition. And knowledge in the fields of architecture and design is developed and disseminated. The public sector acts as a role model, and this is also a key bullet point that the public sector, the state, but also the municipalities, they have to show, have to live this politics, and they have to lead an example. And that's not, if you go back to schools, then you have a lot of work to do to be a role model in that sector. Aesthetic, artistic, and cultural assets are preserved and developed. It's a cultural heritage thing. Environments are designed to be accessible for all, and cooperation and collaboration are developed both nationally and internationally. So that's the national objective. And I tried to, we tried to make it a bit more easy to understand. So this is what I call the main infrastructure of the new policy. There's this new national objective decided upon in Parliament. There's a new authority in charge, Boverket, or as you also spoke about earlier, the National Board of Housing, Building and Planning, instead of Architects, because in the old policy it was Architects, which is from the beginning an architectural museum, but has a wider task than that. But now it's switching from a cultural authority to Boverket, who's like not the enterprise, but more of a it's not a cultural institution. It's a law-making institution about the Planning and Building Act is the most important piece of legislation that they are in charge of. And a new role of a state architect, which is also a new thing with this state architect. And it's landscape architect Helena Bjarnegård, who's the state architect right now. And she is supposed to collaborate with all the architects at the county level and also at city level. And there's a new council for sustainable cities, and it's 15 authorities collaborating, and it's also the state architect who's president in that council, so that's quite a heavy role to lead the other 15 or the other 14 authorities towards a sustainable future and the Agenda 2030. There was some more, like 5 or 6 million kroners each year to Arctis to research in this field. Also like 15 or 20 millions, I think, to the Public Art Agency for developing methods for inclusion and so on in urban development. And also 3 million kroners per year to Form Design Center in Lund, in Malmö, creating this regional node. And actually, they can do what they want with those 3 million. So it's quite generous. And this is Helena Bjarnegård and her team at Boverket. I think that the state architect is only one person, but it's an important role of visualizing the state's ambition and what they want to do and what they can do. Today, for instance, she had an article in one of the biggest newspapers in Sweden about the rights of children in urban development, for instance. So she kind of took a stand in the newspaper, but she's still a state official, but she's taking stands in a question that she thinks is important. How much more info do you want about the... this is one more slide about the mission. But, okay. The Boverket has a new key role in this new architecture policy. Regarding state authorities, they are coordinating all the other state authorities. They also observe the development and support Arctis, who's the cultural authority in this, because they are doing an annual review or evaluation of the politics. Have the state done enough? What's lacking? And so on. And they also support the county architects in each county, like in Skåne. There's also an architect in charge. And they should promote quality in public procurement nationally. That's, of course, a very boring bullet point, but extremely important. It's one of the most important bullet points in the whole architecture policy, I would say, that the public procurement is done in a better fashion, that quality is more important than the short-term economy in the public procurements. About half of the revenue in architectural offices in Sweden are by public procurement. So how good the law of public procurement is one of the most important factors for good architecture, actually. The state architect is also the chairman of the Council for Sustainable Cities, as I just said. And regarding municipalities, and this is also a very important thing, that the municipalities also, of course, have a key role of achieving a good designed living environment. So Boverket is doing like a guidance for the municipalities and the regions with a special focus on local architecture policy. And we're doing a survey right now at my job with all the municipalities in Sweden. And there are a lot of municipalities that are right now constructing their own architecture policy. And that's really good news. Also, of course, the public procurement, and they have two special tasks of providing a healthcare environment to develop healthcare environments and school environments. And those two environments are also especially important because they are all done by public procurement, and they're environments that we rely on as citizens, and it's financed by our own money, so to speak, and we can do so much more in this sector. And of course, the municipalities and the local architectural policies, they play a key role. This is an example from Göteborg, which was their first trial or of an architectural policy in the city of Gothenburg. They made it into, it was like a comic book, the first one. It was really funny. But now it's a boring document instead, of course. But it was a good start. The city of Malmö has been working with this for a long time. They nowadays use a strategy with 9 theses, with questions and answers, so to speak. And in Stockholm, we had a super ambitious strategy for the city of Stockholm, which then went bust. It doesn't exist anymore. Long, sad story. And nowadays, for the future of this whole architecture policy, because I would say it's just getting started in Sweden. We now have like a main infrastructure. We have to fill it with content, and because the former government and the government in charge now is actually the same political parties, so they promised a lot before the election, but then they won the election in some way, so they're still responsible. So now they have to do all these things that they promised before the election, which is really good. It makes my job so much easier. So our new Minister of Culture is Amanda Lind, and then we have the Vice Ministry of Finance, which is in charge of housing and planning and city development, which is kind of an interesting twist. It's also it's an interesting twist. But he held a speech yesterday evening at our gala, and he promised a lot more. I would say I was surprised. So there are still some ambitions. And then a key person for the politics moving forward is Elin Olsson. She's the state secretary of the guy up there, but she's also a landscape architect and have been working as an architect with her own practice for a long time, focusing mainly on sustainability and ecosystem services in the built environment. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they are up to. So that was a brief, non-academic, lobbyist way of talking about architecture and politics and how the situation looks today in Sweden. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Tobias.
Thank you.
Great. Then we know how it's like to be an architect in Sweden, or to become one. Okay, our last lecturer today is Philip Rahm, from representing and is part of the Philip Rahm Architects in Paris. Philip Rahm is a Swiss architect, principal in the office of Philip Rahm Architects, and is based in Paris. His work, which extends the fields of architecture from the psychological to the meteorological, has received an international audience in the context of sustainability. His recent work includes the 70-hectare Central Park in Taichung in Taiwan, completed in December 2018, the Agora of the French National Radio in Paris, and a huge exhibition architecture for the Luma Foundation in Arles, in France. He has held a professorship at the GSD Harvard University, Columbia, and Princeton universities. Philip Rahm's work has been exhibited in 2017 at the Chicago and Seoul Architecture Biennales. So, please welcome our last guest, Philip Rahm.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this symposium. I will talk about sustainability and architecture and climate change, and I'm very proud to do this lecture in Sweden, because Sweden is becoming very popular now with Greta Thunberg, and she's very well known in France today, and so the issue about climate is something that is, of course, linked to architecture, and I just want to show that, but I'm sure everybody knows that, but it's just to start with this explanation. So this is the global warming. This is what we can see. So from the 19th century, we can see that the temperature of the world is growing. So the scientific are asking themselves why, And then they show that the CO2 CO2 quantity inside the air is growing too. So this is like we can see here. And so they connect maybe the two things. They try to see if there is a connection between the rising of temperature and the rising of CO2 in the air. And so they made some model, in different universities since 20 years. And they show that this is in red, this is the measurement temperature, and in gray, it's a computer simulation. And when they introduce the CO2 inside the model, the computer model, so it's very similar. So it's why they start to say CO2 is responsible for the global warming. And what's happened, we know that normally there is an exchange of heat during the day. You receive a lot of sun, and during the night you lose by infrared heat going by infrared to the night vault to the universe back. But because of the CO2 is like bumping the infrared. This is transparent to the visible, but it's not transparent for the infrared. So it's why the infrared start to heat the CO2, the atmosphere, and so the temperature is rising. So this is a situation, and we know that it will create a lot of problem and disorder and social and political trouble. So we have to fight against that, and we know that the CO2 is produced mainly by energy consumption, and it's coming from fossil and all carbonic source of energy. And we can see that today we only use 10% of renewable energy that don't produce CO2. But 90% is producing CO2. So it means like when we are taking a shower, 90% of the energy produces CO2 and only 10 is not producing CO2. And then if we go more carefully on that, we can see that this is last 2017. So we can see that buildings are responsible of 36% of the green gas emission. So it means that as an architect, of course, we have a 36% of responsibility into the global warming. So it's why it's becoming a very important task for us. And then when you look more carefully of what's happened, mainly it's during the building operations that we produce CO2, and less during the construction material. So it means if you are building if you are constructing a building in wood or in aluminium, of course there is a difference, but it's not so important than if you don't have a good thermal insulation, because it's only wood or aluminium is only in that, and this is more about the consumption of energy during the life of the building. So from that point, for me, I think that we have to connect architecture with this new task to fight global warming. And also architecture, of course, is linked to climate, because why we need architecture? It's because it's raining outside and you want to cover yourself, or it's cold outside and you create heat inside, or it's too sunny outside and you want to create shadow. So in reality, architecture, the only reason why we have architecture is to deal with climate, to create some other type of climate. And sometimes we forget this very simple and essential mission of architecture to deal and to create a climate. And so, because now we need, in a certain way, to reduce the energy before we change completely to green and renewable energy, maybe in 20 years or 30 years, we need first to reduce the consumption of energy, because 90% is coming from a carbon source. So this is some project we made based on that, with the idea that by focusing more on the climatic issue, we can redesign, find new shape, new form, new aesthetic, new way of living. And so this is some examples. So the first one is Luminance. This is this project in Arles, in France. This is contemporary art foundation with a Frank Gehry building that is complete now. And we were in charge of designing the interior space inside this building. That was an industrial building, and this Anna Annabelle Seldorf that transform it, renovate it, and so we have to design the space inside. So it's 2,700 square meter, and we have there is some skylight, and so what we did, we just say we need to maybe economize the electricity inside, so we economize the light. You know, like here, we don't know why we have so much light in this space. Maybe we can switch off the light because we don't need really this light. And this is what we say. If you want to show some art, we know, for example, this is that. Depending of the type of artwork, you need more or less light. If you want to show a video, so you need a black box, or if you want... So if you want some to exhibit photo paper, you know, it's only 50 lux, or if it is oil painting, it's 200 lux, or if you want to show a contemporary printing, so it can be at 1,000 lux. And so we just say, we will work on that. We will analyze the condition of the existing light inside the building and design the space according to that, and reinforcing the effect of the light by working on the incident light and also the reflection of the light. So we made a model of the light, the sunlight in there, and so when it's yellow, it means there is a lot of light. When it's blue, there is no light. And so we did a different time, and then there is an average of the light, and we can see, okay, here or here, you know, it's more sunny. There is more light than here. So if you want to show a video, it's more clever to place the video here than here, you know. Or if you want to place a photographic, so it's better to maybe to place it in the red one and not in the in order to economize electricity and so from that simulation we create some shape. And this shape, we reinforce the light by creating, because the less quantity of light here in the dark area will be absorbed by a dark space, but dark ground, a dark floor, and then we have a gradation from black to white, and this becomes the master plan of the space, and then we have some walls that are painted in the same color. And then it's become the space, and we give for the first exhibition to 4 artists that receive the same quantity of space, of dark space and light gray space and light gray space and white space, and then finally we have this type of space. So it was quite strong because when you was walking, you know, you feel really the change of light. And also the heat was linked to that, so it will become more cool in the dark area and more hot in the warm area. And so it creates a diversity using the existing condition, the natural condition that was already there. And so it was only to play or to reinforce the quality we can find in the building. This is a new project. We have won that a competition in France for the national radio. This is this building, a modern building of the 60s, and we are in charge of redesigning the core of the building that are becoming a public space because it was more a private space, so it will there is a cafe and some public radio recording and some concert and things like that will come in the space. And so we start to think where we can place a cafe inside this space. And so we also made a sun model to see, the blue is where it's always under the shadows. There is no natural light here. And the red, this is where there is most the most of the sunlight that arrive inside the building. And so we say where to put the cafe. And so we say maybe in the winter it would be good to go here because it's very sunny, it's more warm, so it's good. We can have a benefit of that. And during the summer, it's better to go in the dark and cold area because you want to cool yourself and not to receive sunlight. And so we start to do a gradation from hot to cold. And how to do that? We reinforce. We first follow the line of the light, and then we start to reinforce that by working on the effusivity. This is very something when you touch a material. If you feel cold, it means there is a high effusivity. If you feel warm, it's a low effusivity. This is the speed of exchange of heat. And so we say when we go in the cold area during the summer, we want to touch cold material to cool ourselves, that the material will suck our energy. And when during the winter, we want to be in a warm area and we want to touch materials that keep our heat on ourselves. And so this is a gradation of material from steel to wool with a different effusivity material. And so this is how we play that. We have also something on the sound, but it's also related to that. And then this is the plan, and finally we have this type of image. So we have the wool area under the sun, and then it becomes wood, and then it becomes it's rubber, and then it's stone, and then it's steel, and so it's moving from a lot of light to the darkness, and it gives a gradation. And I like very much to have to offer a freedom to the people. So if you want to go in the cold area, you are free to go where you want. You can choose what different quality of space. This is also something we made for a light company, for Artemide. It's an Italian company for lighting. And so they ask us to think about new type of lighting linked to LED. And this is we start to try to understand what it is, the light, or how it works. And this is the sunlight. So you can see there is the full spectrum in the visible part, and then a lot of infrared. And if you look to the old technique of lighting, like halogen or incandescent, when it was producing a lot of heat of infrared, so you was losing a lot of money and energy because you was heating instead of lighting. And it was better with this type of light we have here. But this is the fluorescent lighting, because all the electricity, all the energy, all the money is used inside the visible, so you don't have infrared. But you can see that fluorescent lighting creates not a continuous spectrum of light, but more like peak of wavelengths, and in reality, these peak of wavelengths are not linked to the human eyes, because we have some cone inside the eyes that perceives the light at different wavelengths, and the old one, this type of light maybe have emit a wavelength not in the one that are perceived by the human eye, so it creates some headache or some disorder. So that was something that was quite there is a lot during the 60s or 70s when it was very used, this type of thing. And LED is something different. It's depending of the semiconductor, it creates a peak of light. in a very narrow wavelengths. And so we say, okay, we will look to the human eyes, and we can see, okay, we need this type of wavelengths, these 3 wavelengths, to give a good quality for the eye. So, because you feed the human eyes with what he can really see and not with some other wavelengths. And then we say, okay, maybe in the house we are not alone. Maybe there is an hamster too in the house. Maybe there is a dog, and the dog, he have only 2 cones, so he see only at some other wavelength than the human eyes. This is the same for the hamster. If we have some birds, so he have 4 cones, so you see different wavelength. And then, of course, the plant, if you have green plant in your house, for creating the photosynthesis, this blue and red color, and it reflect the green. And then we say we need, because if we are producing a lighting for interior house, we need to answer to all these animals, all these people inside the house, not only for human. And so we start to look to all the different wavelengths, link to the semiconductor we can find on the market today. And depending of if you have gallium or things like that, all the semiconductor we can find on the market that produce LED light. And then we start to add all the wavelengths to give good wavelengths to all the animals, each of them, and we add all this together, and so at the end we have the light, and the idea is to emit energy and lighting only where we can see and not where we can nobody can see. And so it's the most healthy and the most economical light if we want. And so then we have a system to say, okay, if you are leaving the house and you keep your dog inside, you could switch off all the other and you keep the light for the dog only. And so finally it was in 2015, so it was shown in Milano there. And this was also an exhibition at the Artemide showroom about these different wavelengths. And then the final product is this one. You can buy it, and this is for human, dog, cats, and plant. And you have also a night mode there. And now I want to show the most important project we have worked this last year. We won a competition with Catherine Mosbach, a landscape designer from Paris, and Ricky Liu, an architect from Taiwan, for a 70-hectare park in Taichung. This is on the island of Taiwan. And this is a 2,600,000 inhabitant city, so it's bigger than Paris, but nobody knows Taichung. And but this it was on the site of an old airport, and so we don't destroy any building for doing this master plan. The park is in the center of a new district of 256 hectares. And so new housing, new office building, and university, and a lot of things will come after around the park. And then for doing the park, this 70-hectare park, we start to think what is the logic, why we have to build a park in the city today. And by reading the history of the park, you understand that the first park was the Victoria Park in London, the first public park, as we know. It was because at this time there is some studies that show that people from Bath in England have a 10 years longer duration of life than the Londoner, and they were connecting things with the trees of Bath, because Bath, the city of Bath, have a lot of park. So it was Edwin Chadwick and some people that it was published in a register of deaths and births divorce and marriage. And so the people of East London, they read that and they understand that their condition is not good. And so they start to write 30,000 people of East London write a letter to the Queen to say we need also a park because we want to have a better life and to have a more year of life. And so they start to build the Victoria Park in London, and that has opened in 1844, something like that. And it was a moment when Napoleon III from France was there, and also Olmsted from New York, who was a landscape designer from Central Park, was there. And so they bring back everywhere this idea to create big park, and it was like in Paris with the Bois de Boulogne, all this idea of green lung. And in reality, it was completely wrong because it was based on, they were thinking that the CO2 is toxic, but in reality it was not. But so they start to do some park, and of course the first idea, the first reason why they build park is for health reason, to have a more life, more year of life. And then the second reason is cool. You can read in Alphand, the landscape designer from Haussmann in Paris, what he gives the other reason why they build park is to create colder area during the summer where the people can cool themselves when there is no air conditioning during the 19th century, so they can go to the park and be under the trees and in a more cooler. So then I think all these ideas were disappeared during the 20th century because of antibiotic, because of air conditioning. We don't have any more interest into health, into energy at this time. And then something happened this last year. It is, of course, the global warming that changed completely. We have to be care of energy and climate, and also the pollution become quite important with the particulate matter PM2.5 pollution in the city. And we know since 2013 that this PM2.5 are a cancer. It's a real cancer agent. Nobody know it exactly before, but we know that. So it means that pollution and climate is coming back inside the main discussion for architects and for the main citizen. And so it's why we base our design on that, with the idea of giving a cold space for the people and also a healthy space. And so we start to work on the heat, humidity, because in Taiwan it's also humid. It's a subtropical climate, so it's warm and humid and polluted. And so it became the 3 layers of the design composition. So this is the park, start from here and it's go until here. And so we work on 3 layers. So the first layer is the heat layers. We made a model of the wind to understand where it's colder inside the park because of the temperature is linked to temperature of the air, airspeed, humidity of the air, direct sunlight, reflective light. So all these components create what we can call the perceived temperature. And so all are the same except the wind, because there is a north wind there that it comes from the north. It's more cold, and so it can cool the city like by convection when you blow on the soup because it's too hot. So you cool by convection, but also because the air is colder. And so we can see that where it's red, it's more windy, and when it's blue, it's less windy. So we say, okay, this will be the best, or maybe not the best, but the coldest area, and the blue one will be the warmer area. And from that simulation made by Transsolar, a German company, we transformed that into a plan, into form. And then we materialize that with trees. So where it's cold by wind, so we place a lot of trees to add shadow, to have a double effect of cooling. And then we have a gradation of trees. And then we see that there is some spatial area where it will be very dense with trees every 2.5 meters. So it becomes like a forest. And we call this place the Kulia, the cool area. And so we have, and then we have a path that connects everything. And inside the cool area, we propose to have all the leisure activity. And then we have the cool path that is the coolest way of moving through the park. That is 3 kilometers. And then the choice of the trees is linked to also with this mission. So we have trees with a lot of leaf to create a lot of shadow, or with big leaf or white leaf to reflect the sunlight. And then the ground too, we change the ground to have a cooling effect by choosing the type of ground. And then we have this path with a type of and this is some photo of the park. Some of them are still a little under construction. And we have then this color to materialize that. Then we did the same for humidity. So we have to manage all the water on site, all the new district water that arrives. So it creates some pond. And so far from the pond, it will be more dry. And so we create the dryer and and then we have some, also the ground is a very high drainage ground to create the most dry space. And then we have the dry path, because you know it's better when it's dry, when the air is dry, it's better to sweat. And so you could evacuate some heat by sweating more. So it was hot and dry is more comfortable than hot and humid. And so we say, okay, it would be a good area for placing all the sport activity because you could sweat more. And so the dry path is a most sport activity path, so it's more complicated to move inside. And we have another type of bench like that. And then we have the clear area. So this is all the less polluted area. So far from the road, far from the noise, far from the PM2.5 emission from the car. And so this is this area. So we place a lot of trees that can catch the PM2.5, like hairy leaves or conifer trees. And so we propose to have all the children activities there. Because it will be more comfortable, and so we have the clean path, the clear path that connect all that, and so it's completely flat. Also for baby car and for wheelchair, so it could create different type of moving inside the park. And so finally, these three layers together create some microclimate, so it can be warm, humid, and clean, or it can be warm, humid, and polluted. So there is a lot of diversity. So everybody is free to go where you want. Maybe at noon in the summer, you prefer to go deep in the forest, in the shadow, and maybe at 6 in December, you prefer to go in an open field. So. So this is some view of. So we have 15,000 trees. So we don't see them really, but it will be full of trees, of course. We have a lot of different pavilions also inside, and cafe, building. Like we have something like maybe 30 building and toilet. And then there is, I want to show two special areas of the park. One is a meteorological garden. This is, the meteorological garden is like for cooling, or by creating a diversity of way of cooling. And for doing that, we say, okay, we can do under the trees, but we can also cool by convection, by blowing, or by evaporation, by like a fountain in Spain when you have evaporation, so it decreases the temperature of the air, or by radiation. And we have created these climatic devices. We can see them here. And so the cooling strategy by convection, so by blowing air. So what we have to understand also, it's, as I say, the problem of global warming is linked to the source of energy because we are using 90% of carbon. But if you are using only green, renewable energy, you could use all the energy you want. So this is quite, so it means it's what we are doing here. We have 7,000 square meters of photovoltaic panel. So we say, okay, we can use energy because we will not participate to the global warming with that. And but we are not we are using only a little of this energy for the meteorological garden. All the other is also used for all the building, all the night lighting, and all the other things. And so the first one, so this is like all this energy is used for activating some fan for moving the air. And for cooling, we use geothermal cooling. You know, we go 5 meters underground with duct, and so it cools the air. That can be 40 degrees Celsius, you know, like here. And so every time it's 25 degrees Celsius under. So we have all this underground duct there. And then this first device called anticyclone that blow cold air. And so we made some model to understand all the quantity of air, the speed of air we need. And so this is some image of that. So it's blowing cold air when you are under. Then we have another one, the stratus cloud, cooling by evaporation. This is something quite... everybody know that, you know, so we have nozzle that create a mist, and because during the evaporation from liquid to gas, it took energy from the air, so it decreased the temperature of the air, so it creates a cloud, and so it's very efficient, like. And then we have some other, and just I want to show one that is. The cold light, it's interesting. This is a way of cooling by creating an umbrella, but we just we look to the spectrum of the visible light, and you can see that the less energy inside the light is inside the violet or the purple wavelengths. So it means it's colder. The violet part of the light is colder than the other wavelengths. There is less energy. And so we create just, we keep only this violet part, so it's, we call that the cold light umbrella. And then this is another project. I will just go through. We have 7 square meter, and this. We are creating a kind of faded exterior by placing all the photovoltaic panel. And then under that, we have a kind of maybe more European landscape because it's less hot. It receives less radiation than some other. So we have building, and we have hill and trees. And then this produces all the energy of the park, and the type of building we are doing under is also all the way by reducing the quantity of energy we need inside. So we create, for example, for the maintenance center, we have we are creating some layers. So because normally, you know, you have today the construction is made of different layers for creating a wall. You have the thermal insulation layers, the waterproof layers, the vapor barrier layers. You have the structural layers, the physical layers, and all these layers normally are all together. But we start to split them and to create in-between space between the physical layers and the waterproof layers, and And so this is, in red, this is where we have thermal insulation. So we have 20 centimeters, so we have a huge thermal insulation in order to reduce absolutely the quantity of energy for air conditioning inside. And then the toilet or some other things are only outside of thermal insulation with no air conditioning, only natural ventilation, and everything is in white in order to reflect by the albedo, to have a high albedo to reflect the heat back to the sky. And so this is a little this kind of gradated interior. So we don't have a fixed limit between inside and outside, but we have some gradation from more exterior to a little more interior and more interior inside. And so this is inside, so we are covered here, we are inside the toilet, and we are covered from the rain, but we are still outside. And then the material is linked to that, and when we arrive to the space with air conditioning, and so with a big thermal insulation. Every 50 meters we have a sensor that measures all the temperature, the pollution, the humidity, the sound, everything. So in real time, we're creating some map for the smartphone, and so you can look to where it's colder in the park, and you could, or less polluted. So you could also move to a less polluted area in real time there. And so I have 1 minute to present the Climatorium. Climatorium is a kind of museum about climate change, and this is we have invented the program in reality because we are proposing three rooms that are recreating some space based on the heat, humidity, and pollution. So the first one is a Coolium that produces the climate in real time of the high mountain in Taiwan. So it will be always cold. When you open the door, it will be like to be in the mountain on the real time. This one, the Clearium, recreates the climate of Taichung, but without the air pollution and without the global warming. So it means we decrease the temperature inside of 1 degree Celsius, and we remove all the PM2.5 for pollution. And this one is a Dryum, and so we reproduce the most dry day of the year. We took the 21 of November, it's more dry there, and we create a kind of endless day that repeating all the day, always the 21 of November. So this is the Dryum and the Clearium and also the section is made with the same layers. You know, you have the physical layers, the waterproof layers, the thermal insulation layers that are really creating. This is a building a few months ago. And we can see these different layers, and we go more deeper we move through the building by entering these different layers. And then we arrive to this is a Coolium, so it's very cold inside. It's a space reproducing in real time the mountain in Taiwan, the Alishan village in Taiwan. So it's like 14 degrees Celsius in summer when it's 20, when it's 30 in Taichung. And this is the Dryum. So we have the light following the angle of the 21 of November. And so if you enter the room at 6 in the morning, you will have only this light that will be on. and at noon only this one, and so it's repeating all the way. And if you are entering at midnight, you will see through this glass floor, you will see like it's a transparent planet, and you can see the light on the other part of the wall there. And so inside, all the temperature and more the humidity will be always the one of the 21 of November. And then the clearium, this is this space, so it's open to the sky, but we have this air conditioning here, blowing air, and you know, because the cold air is heavier than light air, so we trap them inside that. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
So, thank you, and the rest of you who have made your presentations this afternoon. So now we have time for a panel for the afternoon speakers. So if you could just gather for some minutes up here. We have at least 2 people having to catch a flight, so we have like 20 to 30 minutes maximum. Please. Yeah. And I'm sure there are some questions or comments among the audience. I know at least one. Please, have a microphone.
I think it opened very interestingly with taking real notice of this temporarity and permanence, which was very... Why are you sitting down there? You had the most interesting topic. Well, anyway, at the end, I think, how do we get around not even noticing this? Because we have the word sustainability, and we don't even need the concept of temporary, somehow.
That was maybe a question for... Yeah. Someone who would like to comment on that on stage now? Maybe we have an answer in the audience. Yeah, I have a question. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Lakash, also regarding the temporality, because in Beirut I saw there were some camps that also are sort of permanent now. And how do you approach that? Because also I suspect these people living in these camps maybe don't want to imagine themselves staying there forever, but somehow they've become a part of Beirut, actually. So how do you handle that situation?
Yeah, our strategy, it was different, because we consider that this camp already exists, and I think it is part of the history of our city. It is there. It is, I think, it is part of the evolution of the city. If we look at our history of the city, starting with the Armenian camp since 1930, with the Palestinian camp, with the exodus from south of Lebanon, this really is the morphology of the city. This camp, it is part of the city, and for me, they are crucial part, and we have to take it in consideration and to open to this kind of structure. That's why I think it's not to restore only. I think this part of the city should be an integrated part of our city. It's not anymore temporary, but it's there. It is the history, I think, of our city. That's why for me, the project, it was really to understand the movement of this society and to provide, I think, spaces or architectures that correspond to their need, to the need of this community in this case.
I have a comment as well. I mean, I'm not the expert on the theme, but I'm thinking that it's not really a question of temporality or not. It's more like the conditions under which it goes. As I understood your lecture as well, that was an important part. I mean, we've been nomads originally, so that's a natural part of our being, but it's like the conditions of dignity and all other stuff that's questionable.
Yep, we have another.
Yeah, I just came to say, I mean, temporary can be sustainable, I would say. Yesterday I listened to Shigeru Ban, a Japanese architect that you probably know of. He showed a lot of projects from refugees camp, which he's been working on for a long time, and he's taking the same methods as in he uses a lot of paper, like paper tubes, basically, and how he applies something like a paper tube to do something temporary that's there for the long haul, and it's durable and it's sustainable, and yeah. I didn't hear your presentation this morning, so I shouldn't really talk more, but because I came at lunch. But anyway, Shigeru Ban, it was just, yeah.
Could be worthwhile looking into if you haven't met Shigeru Ban in the recent years. I just realized that the question I was aiming at, the student seems to be gone, because I heard in the break, and it's for Jelena, because she asked me if I knew how do they finance their work, since it is a non-profit organization or so, because it is actually a vital question. I mean, how do you finance your research?
Yeah, it is a vital and a big question for us. I mean, we are a daughter company for co-design. So they are sponsoring us, part of our work. That's the founder decided not to take out profit, but the profit goes back to the research studio. So that's one part, but that's basically paying the salaries. Everything on top of that, we have to get funding. So that's the model. But also for the team that works, it's a new team every year. There is proportion between research work and work with commercial projects, which is 60-40. So the idea is that it kind of turns out at the end of the year to be ±0.
It's an interesting model.
So that's an economic model. Somebody said, is that the future of education? And I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's another type of...
Or the future of practice.
Yeah.
Or the future of practice, because all practice also need internal development and strengthen the competence. Do we have any? Yeah, we have one there and one there. Oh, now it's many. Well, let's start here.
It has to do with what you guys were just talking about. It's more like, I don't know if it's a question, more like a reflection or a concern, because I feel sometimes that it's very interesting, like the more experimental work or more like investigation, but how can we like bring that into our normal practice, like dwellings, and because that's what actually, that's where people live and act, and maybe we are not in those spaces, like public spaces, and as much as we are in others that are more normal.
Arctis just sponsored a research project where TIP, do you know the TIP architecture firm? They're gathering together all the companies in Sweden that work with praktiknära forskning, like practical research. And some of the offices actually work with the questions that you're talking about. So hopefully, I mean, this type of combination of research and practical execution is going to be raised and hopefully get more money also from the government.
Let's hope for that. Please.
Thank you. I think my question is actually kind of building on yours. The presentations today, and perhaps particularly in the afternoon, have been, to me, very rich and thick in knowledge, but also in data. So it's a kind of an investigative practice with a lot of data, a lot of knowledge. And I'd like to know how you think about, or perhaps work with, other disciplines or other bodies of knowledge. And perhaps I can direct it to Philip first.
At the beginning, we have some exchange with the university because I was based in Switzerland, and so we were in connection with some professor at the École Polytechnique or at the university there, and it was quite easy to create some exchange. And for some of these people, it was interesting to move to another discipline. For example, we have a great exchange with all the circadian people from the psychiatric university in Basel working on light, and they were really interesting into our work. And also they have invited me to participate to some symposium, very scientific symposium in Eindhoven, for example. And then today, of course, the knowledge came more and more. You know, also I'm a teacher, so I use my students to do a lot of research. So I learn every time from my students, you know, and then also the access to the information today is more simple. You know, by using Google Scholar, for example, you can find the latest paper on something. You know, you want to know, is it true that a trees can absorb the particle matter pollution? Because, or is it true that the trees can cool the city? You know, everybody is talking. So you can look to all the paper. What is the latest one? You know, to understand what is really today what's about, and you understand that, for example, trees have absolutely no effect for cooling cities. This is maybe the opposite. There is some research about that. For the particle matter, it's only conifer with wax that could attract the PM2.5, and very specific type of trees with air and micro things. And so this is so if you are curious and you have this GSTOR and Google Scholar and all these university papers that that have with some access online, and because I'm a teacher also, I have the possibility to get for free. And so this is a little how we can have the knowledge today. Yeah.
I think there was someone more down here. You have another one? Yeah.
It was just a short one, Jelena. Did you say you were shifting in this research group? So you're not constantly on the research side?
Yes. Oh. Yes, the team works in the research studio for 1 year, and then also during that year, 60% is put into research and 40% into commercial projects, basically.
Oh, it sounds really good.
Yeah. I was just going to add to that question about data and working with other fields. That's absolutely intrinsic to our work. I mean, now we're working with Barnrättsbyrån, that's like juridical competence. And during Body and Border, we literally work with doctors on site in Belgrade. And also criminologist Vanessa Barker helped us. So that's really, really important part of our work. Otherwise, we wouldn't be where we are.
Well, can I answer?
Oh yes, You have to wait another minute.
Yeah. Our data come from the ground because we use the students, and we work a lot with the community, especially, for example, for the structure of the camp and this reality, because this data doesn't exist, and we invent and we work closely with the community with the survey, and to provide all this material and to understand really, because our resources of research, they are very limited. We don't have a lot of budget, and we want in somehow really through all this data and projects to extend the knowledge of our university to the community, but especially to the municipality. So this issue in our city doesn't have a good link, no? And it's like the university still apart from this political situation, and we are working really to achieve this issue. And lately, we achieved one of this pilot project with our Beirut municipality to work in one of the Armenian camp, Karm Zaytun area. So now we are working to develop the master plan of this Armenian camp.
Okay, please.
Yes, Felipe. Do you think the outcome was better having all the research in the back compared to making a what do you call them? A landscape with regular old methods? Do you think it contributed? And how would you develop it if you were to make it again with the new methods you tried?
So yes, I think today, you know, we were like what we call a postmodern period. You know, it was very against science. You know, all this generation from the 60s until today, and so it changed recently. You know, there is in philosophy there is a lot of people talking about realism or kind of new realism, because this idea of that subjectivity has created something that you know there is no more true. And so it's like what we call the post-truth or fake news, all these things. And for some scholar, it's like a consequence of the postmodernist critical thinking, you know, to say, like Michel Foucault, you know, he said, no, it's a kind of hidden plan to do something. And so this, at the end, it's become like the political discourse to say that there is a hidden plan somewhere. And so for the philosopher today, they are reintroducing science, objectivity, and this is a huge movement in France, everywhere. And so it's why, for me, it's quite important to be inside this new way to reintroduce science to objectivity and to a little don't believe too much into subjectivity and maybe a kind of because it was completely linked to one very specific historical moment. What you call traditional way of doing design, in reality, it was linked to the second part of the 20th century, and we think for us it's a normal way, but it's a completely very strange period, you know, that was for me always linked to antibiotic, you know, that give to you you are no more sick, you know, with antibiotic, and oil that give you the power to do what you want. So it's a very specific moment in the history, and so yes, for the park, it was a big project, and there is some change of government. You know, there is some political trouble, so it's a little complicated also from a political point of view, because some people were against this project because it was like so you have to. It's not so simple, you know. You have to, in reality, a lot of different actors, and also in your own team, you have some trouble, so it can be, you know. So it's very more complicated at the end. So for example, the device, you know, the white wine. Some people they don't like. They think it's very technique. It's look like a very but also I was thinking, well, because we don't have photovoltaic panel directly on them, you know, it's 1 kilometer far from them, so it gives not a very ecological image, but in reality it's completely ecological. But so there is also this kind of narrative that can come sometimes that is complicated, because also because, like I say, you know, to do something in wood or in steel, in reality, it's about maybe 1% or 2% of the global warming problem. But so everybody are focusing, okay, it's good, it's an ecological building because it's made in wood and full of trees. But in reality, you look to the detail, it's only 10 centimeters of thermal insulation with thermal bridge, And so in reality, it's absolutely not ecological. So we have to be very careful also about the greenwashing and to fight as professional, to fight that, not to participate to this masquerade. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. It's another question here. Yep.
Hi, I have a question to Philippe Ram. Thank you for the presentation. Towards the end, you mentioned that you introduced sensors for temperature and others. And I'm wondering if you go back and look at the data that you get from them, because as a designer, how do you position yourself, the intent that you have of creating the Dryas, but then when you work with such complex and dynamic systems, when you create an ecosystem or work with meteorological data and climate, if those end up just spinning off and the Dryas becomes a wetland because the trees started. So kind of how do you deal
for the device, all the calculation we made with the engineer at the beginning, so they were okay. So we get that at the end. And for the data and the sensor, I don't know for the moment because it's not completely finished. They are still working on the app and things like that to get the information. So it's not. So I cannot say what is the result exactly. And then, of course, everything is dynamic. So it's it will change and maybe. Because some people say yes, but in the coldest area, all the people will arrive, so it will become very warm. So it changed. So you have to escape this. So it's, but we will see a little what's happened. But I think it's interesting to have every 50 meters this sensor that give really a map, a precise map of the climate of the inside the park.
Yes.
To Philippe Ram. Sorry. I would wonder what your park costs. Would you be able to offer it to another country or another place?
The park is $90 million of US dollar. So this was the budget. We cannot move from that. And it's a public competition, so it's a public commission. And so they already sell because the total area is 256. So it means they pay only 90%. There is also a library by Sanaa that will be built there. And so this is the only two public project. And then all around the park, it's sell to private investor. And we know that they already sell everything in a very because today, to be near a park is the most expensive location. It's more in the city today. So they sell everything. So it means for the city of Taichung, they reimburse immediately all the cost of the park, by selling the building around. So this is a good for them. It's a good.
It's a good selling argument.
Yes.
Yes, we have a question back here. Just send it. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for a thought-provoking and very informative day and lectures. I was just thinking, seeing especially your projects, Jelena, but maybe this is directed to all of you. I didn't see your exhibition with the border, but looking at your drawings, suddenly wire and the borders looked poetic and beautiful in this thing. And maybe a bit to what you said, Philippe, about masquerading or greenwashing. My question would be, how do you work with politics in this sense, creating beautiful aesthetic things? You work with design and visual expressions, but you also work with very heavy political issues. So where do you think about the balance and how to, almost where's the limit to making things too beautiful or too aesthetic or too,
Yeah, that is a relevant question. It's not the first time it comes up, because actually several people that visited the exhibition said that it's beautiful. But that is also really, really scary, because there is a perfection in every proportion and every detail that makes it graphically, really thrilling. And I think there is evilness in that somebody calculated exactly how much harm it's going to make to the human body. So I understand there is a twist, but I think that twist also kind of makes it even more horrible in that sense.
Okay. Maybe we should wrap things up. Or you would like to say a few words as a closing up? So before you start, I say thank you, and you for a fantastic day. I had a great time listening to you, and I hope that I can share that with everybody. The most informative and very, as you said thought-provoking day. So thank you. So please.
No, thank you for a fantastic afternoon. I think the one line that I think went through all of you is the drive to discover and identify, new spatial phenomena, to understand space in very new ways. Let's go back to a couple of questions. And perhaps that's a role also for the Architects Sweden to lobby for these new kinds of spaces that become, challenging towards the industry to actually construct, but could hold so much more potentials. So I think the afternoon was really interesting, bringing together the practice versus research, merging these two arenas. Understanding space in a completely new way, and having the guys who will lobby for it to really make it happen, to be built. So thank you for a great afternoon. And thank all of you that have spent the afternoon here with us, or the whole day with us. I think it's been incredibly interesting, and I've learned a lot. And I hope that we all are able now to start to assemble this intellectual framework of how to think about the relationship between architecture and politics. We heard many different stories, many different ideas, many different directions into this dichotomy, and now it's our job, I think, to start to put these things together and imagine new ways of thinking about architecture in this context of politics. So again, thank you all. We will now spend some time here to clean up a little bit, and then we will open up for a glass of wine for the ones of you who would like to stay for that. A little kind of, post-symposium kind of get-together. But thanks for a great afternoon. Thanks to the speakers. Thanks to the sponsors.
And just as a final thank you, I think that we are very proud of having this event here at the School of Architecture together with the Department of Architecture and Built Environment. But I guess that we have to thank all of those who have organized and helped us organizing it. So we have our sponsors up there, the Swedish Architecture Organization, a network here in Malmö amongst private firms, and also Sweden Architecture Skåne, which has given us some means in terms of money to do this. And then I think we should first of all say thanks to Jesper, who was the moderator for today, and not the least to Per-Johan, who has drawn the very heavy thing to organize this and to get in touch with all these people. So first I think we say thank you to you by an applaud. And then really once again a big thank you to our lecturers. I can't see you all. Yeah, some of you are over there now. Because, I mean, it has been a fantastic day. In some strange way, we started from the temporality in a camp, and then we ended up in China, as we always do, in a park. So, I mean, we really grasped it all. But really, one more big thank you for coming and doing this in our School of Architecture. Thank you.